Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
We are sailing through the baseball season. We're about a quarter of the way through, and this afternoon the fans are streaming into Tropicana Field to take a look at the Yankees and the Rays in action, as today the YES Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It'll be the Yankees and the Tampa Bay Rays in the middle game of a three-game series from Tropicana Field here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Hi everybody, Ken Singleton along with John Flaherty. We have the action for you in this middle game of the series. Last night a tough loss for the Yankees, 5-4. They go down to the Rays in the opening game. And Flash, there were twists and turns, particularly in the latter stages of that game.
Yeah, one of the biggest plays happened in the bottom of the sixth inning. Torreyes playing third, can't knock this ball down. The Rays take a 4-2 lead at this point. But Matt Holliday comes up in the top of the eighth, a two-run shot to right field, ties it up here at the Trop, and the Yankees at this point are loving it. But Evan Longoria, who has beat up on the Yankees, it seems like his entire career, had a huge night last night. This is his fourth hit of the night for Longoria. That drives in Derek Norris with the go-ahead run in the bottom of the eighth. The Rays held on for a 5-4 win.
Today's cold hard facts are brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light, and have to do with the Rays third baseman. As Flash said, he's been tough on the Yankees his whole career. 281, 33 home runs, 102 RBIs against the Yanks, 30 doubles and 88 runs scored. And this year, he's been pretty tough as well. 375, 3 extra base hits, 4 runs batted in 7 games against the Yankees this year. Let's check out our pitching matchup this afternoon, brought to you by People's United Bank N.A. Matt Andriese will get the start for the Rays. He's got off to a pretty good start this year. 3-1 with a 3.18 ERA. For the Yankees, Masahiro Tanaka. Flash, the wins are there. He's 5-2, but the ERA is not, and he struggled his last time out.
Yeah, coming off a rough outing. He gave up 4 home runs to the Houston Astros. We're going to look at all 4 of them, and what you see is pitches in the middle of the plate that did not have any action on them at all, and the Astros were taking advantage of them all night against Tanaka. He only lasted an inning and 2/3, gave up 8 earned runs and 4 home runs, so definitely looking to rebound this afternoon here in Tampa.
We come back here on YES. Meredith Marakovich is going to talk to Yankee manager Joe Girardi about the Yankee ace Tanaka. What has been his problem so far this year? That's coming up. We come back right here on YES.
Welcome back to Tropicana Field. I'm Meredith Marakovitz. Masahiro Tanaka has not pitched the way he would have hoped so far this season. Last time out, he allowed 8 runs in just an inning and 2/3. I sat down with manager Joe Girardi to ask him what are the keys for Tanaka getting back on track.
Well, to me, it's getting his slider and his split going early. Those are big pitches for him, and when he doesn't have either of them, that can make it really difficult. And I think that's what he struggled with. He just hasn't had his usual stuff in a few of his starts. So I think today it's really important that they get it going early.
He's been a guy that's always been so good at self-correcting. The fact that he hasn't had those 2 pitches often this season, how alarming is that to you?
Yeah, well, I think it's much more difficult for him to pitch, and hopefully we got some things ironed out in between this last start, and you come out and see a different guy.
Gary Sanchez actually came to the ballpark yesterday complaining of a stiff neck. That's why you didn't see him later in the game in a pinch-hitting situation. Girardi said Sanchez is A-OK, good to go this afternoon. Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. When we get back, Ken Singleton will be joined by John Flaherty. Lineups, first pitch baseball after the break.
Great deals are waiting for you now at your local Honda dealer. Buy cash for life from the New York Lottery. You could win $1,000 a day for life. Buy Buick. Visit TriStateBuick.com for great lease offers. And buy Infiniti. Empower the drive. Visit your tri-state area Infiniti retailer for a test drive today. Well, it's warm and humid down here in Florida. It'd be a good day to be out on the Gulf, but I guess one of the other good places to be would be here at Tropicana Field, air conditioned. As Joe Girardi back managing today, and today's Yankees starting lineup presented by Lexus. At the very top, Brett Gardner's going to lead it off. He'll be in left field. Gary Sanchez, he'll do the catching. He'll bat second. Matt Holliday will be at first base. Starling Castro, the cleanup hitter, is at second. Aaron Judge is the designated hitter this afternoon, followed by Jacoby Ellsbury in center field. Chase Headley at third base. D.D. Gregorius at short, and batting ninth in right field is Aaron Hicks.
Well, manager Joe Girardi sending that lineup out against a young right-hander, Matt Andriese. We'll take a look at his numbers on the year. He's gotten off to a good start, 3-1 with a 3.18 ERA. We'll look at our pitcher scouting report, which is brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. He's on a nice 7-game stretch right now. 3 earned runs or fewer in 7 straight starts, and the changeup is a big pitch for him. Throws it 28.3% of the time. And in his young career, he's gotten off to great starts in the first half, 12-5 with an ERA under 3, but he's been struggling in his young career after the All-Star break, a 6.15 ERA.
Andrees got a start against the Yankees on April 13th at Yankee Stadium, received a no decision. A game the Yankees won 3-2. Let's check out quickly the Rays on defense presented by Geico. In the outfield, it'll be Rasmus in left, Kiermaier in center, Souza Jr. will be in right. Longoria, Beckham, Robertson, and Morrison round out the infield from third to first. And doing the catching this afternoon, Jesus Sucre will do the catching for Matt Andriese. One thing is Gardner will step in about Andriese. 6 innings pitched only 11 times in his 35 career starts. So he's not a finisher. Let's put it that way. It's hard for him to get to the latter stages of a ball game. Maybe his pitch counts get up there too high. And the first batter he will face this afternoon is Brett Gardner, who's done pretty well against Andriese in the past. He's 4 for 6 against him. And Brett has reached safely in 21 consecutive starts. So the Yankees trying to even things up after losing last night by a score of 5-4. Tough loss for the Yankees. We're ready to go this afternoon. Here's the first pitch of the game. And it is fouled back to the screen, and it's strike one on Brett Gardner. Sanchez on deck. Holiday to follow for the Yankees here in the first. They were just with an announcement. It's 92 degrees outside here at Tropicana Field. Humidity's up there as well.
Nice and comfortable inside the Trop, though.
Yeah. We can deal with this for sure. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way. And it's hit high in the air to left field. Coming on is Rasmus. He's there and makes the catch for round number 1. Now, with the day game being played, that roof is kind of a light in nature, and sometimes the ball blends in. The outfielders have to really concentrate. You don't see many of them, taking their eye off the ball and then going to where they think the ball's going to come down. They follow it all the way if they can.
There's a good look at it right there. You just got to stay locked in on the baseball.
You know what? I didn't see it at first. Here's Gary Sanchez. We were wondering why he didn't get a pinch hitting at bat late in the ball game, but we found out today he had a stiff neck. But he's back in the lineup this afternoon and hitting .290 with 3 home runs, 10 runs batted, and he's done a great job since coming off the disabled list. 11 games since coming back. He's hit .357. Ball is hit hard into left field for a base hit. The good hitting of Sanchez continues. He's now got a 5-game hitting streak going.
Well, you talk about Andriese and the changeup being a good pitch. He'll also throw a curveball and a cutter. We'll take a look at what Sanchez got. Looked like a little cutter right there, middle of the plate. Just hammered it to left field.
I think Andriese is lucky he didn't get this one up in the air. Solid line drive single. And that'll bring up Matt Holliday, who last night hit the 303rd career home run that tied the ball game for the Yankees. 2-run shot in the 8th inning. And the first pitch is in there for a called strike. 4 for 17 on the road trip for Holliday. And he's driven in 3 runs. Sanchez at first with 1 out. We're just underway here at Tropicana Field. Ball is hit hard but foul down the third base line.
Well, Chris Carter gets a day off. Matt Holliday will play first base again today.
It's just the 4th time this year he has started at first base. And that means that Aaron Hicks will be in the outfield today. And Aaron Judge will be the designated hitter. So Joe Girardi moving things around in the middle game of the series, trying to get the Yankees back on the winning track. They've lost 2 in a row. Next pitch, foul tipped into the glove of Sucre, and that'll do it. Matt Holliday, the first strikeout of the afternoon for Matt Andriese.
are the major league leaders for multi-hit games, and you can see it's Castro and Corey Dickerson of the Rays, both tied with 19. Ryan Zimmerman having a good year for the Nationals. Charlie Blackmon the same for the Rockies, and DJ LeMahieu, the Volkswagen League leaders. Castro had a couple of hits here last night. So did Dickerson. Castro on a 6-game hitting streak. And good stop by Sucre on a pitch in the dirt. In fact, you saw the numbers. He's hitting .352. He's the league's leading hitter.
See Sucre just going to his right, and the backhand comes up with a clean. Talking to people about Andriese, they say he'll throw a changeup that will cut. It almost looks like a slider, and also throw one to go away to a lefty. Won't over really power you with the fastball, only about 91, 92 miles an hour.
That pitch is low for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. And Castro leading the league with the .352 average, just ahead of Gene Segura of Seattle and Mike Trout of the Angels. Both are tied for second with a .348 batting average. Castro having himself a tremendous season. .2-0 pitch misses outside, ball 3-0.
Andriese trying to keep everything away from Starlin Castro. Aaron Judge DHing today. He's on deck. You watch Andriese and where he sets up on the mound. He is to the extreme first base side of the pitching rubber. Keep everything away from right-handers and give him a good angle to get the ball in on lefties.
Castro taking all the way on the 3-0 pitch, and it's poured in there for strike. 3-1. Yankees are 4-3 against the Rays this year. Fouled off. The count will go to 3-2. 3-2 and 2 outs. Of course, Sanchez will be off and running. One thing you'll notice about Andriese, it takes him a little while to deliver the ball. He takes longer than any pitcher in the league in between pitches. He averages 28 seconds in between pitches. They're rubbing up the ball, look around a little bit. Just windmill the arm a little. Check the sign. Now he's ready. Runner goes. The pitch is on the way, and it's fouled off, and we'll do it all over again. Andriese has won 3 games. He's 2-0 at home here at Tropicana Field. Let's see here. Nice catch.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You still hold on to your beverage. You don't spill it. You should be proud of yourself.
Take a bow. You know the ones that impress me? Probably don't impress the moms when the dad's holding the baby and he makes the catch. You know he's going to get yelled at later on. Once again, the 3-2 pitch, and it's popped up to the right side. Out into right field for Souza Jr. coming on. He'll make the catch, and that'll do it for the Yankees here in the top half of the first. They get a hit and nothing else against the Rays. rising sun. Masahiro Tanaka will get the start for the Yankees. And this is the lineup he will face. Made out by manager Kevin Cash of the Rays. Corey Dickerson's going to lead it off. He's the designated hitter. Kevin Kiermaier will be in center. Evan Longoria will be in third base. The cleanup hitter is Logan Morrison, the first baseman. Steven Souza Jr. will be in right field, followed by Colby Rasmus in left. Tim Beckham will be the shortstop. Daniel Robertson in second, and batting ninth and doing the catching, Jesus Sucre.
The Rays lineup going to go to work against Masahiro Tanaka in the middle of his warm-up tosses. We'll look at his numbers on the year. He's won 5 games, but the ERA elevated at 5.80. We'll look at our pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. Coming off a career worst start against Houston, 8 earned runs in only 1 2/3 innings. Gave up 4 home runs in that ball game, and the long ball has been a problem, averaging 2 every 9 innings. That's 4th highest in the American League. And we'll pay attention to his mound position today. Tanaka talking about moving to the third base side of the pitching rubber, try to change things up a little bit and get back on track.
So Masahiro Tanaka, who is 6-1 in his career against the Rays. The only loss he's had came on opening day here this year. And there's what Flash was talking about. He's on the third base side of the rubber. And he'll face Corey Dickerson. Dickerson and Castro, as we told you, tied for the league lead in multi-hit games, both with 19. And here's Tanaka's first pitch of the game. And it's a swing and a miss by Dickerson for strike 1. Good numbers all around for the Rays designated hitter. 41 games. 337, 9 homers, 18 runs batted in. Good on base percentage as well. Ball is fouled off to the left, and Tanaka quickly jumps ahead. No balls and 2 strikes.
You know, when we show that mound position by Tanaka, it's not a big adjustment. It's a very subtle one. He was talking about he was really going to move to the extreme side. He's on the third base side right there, but Joe Girardi told Meredith earlier it's all about the split and the slider. Those pitches have been lacking, especially in his last start. Didn't have good depth on either of them.
Ball is hit in the air and hit pretty well in left center field. Gardner going back near the wall, and this one is gone. A home run for Corey Dickerson, and the Rays jump out 1-0 and just snuck into the seats. And Dickerson picks up his 10th home run of the year. And I think if we replay this pitch, you'll see he missed the target by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's the long ball that's been a major problem for Tanaka this year. 4 home runs his last outing. That is up out over the plate. Not a very good 0-2 pitch. And curious, Tanaka threw 3 fastballs to Dickerson. Didn't go to the split, didn't go to the slider. Dickerson is having a great year using the whole field. Puts the Rays on the board early.
Here's Kevin Kiermaier, who swings at the first pitch and fouls it off. Now, in his last start, Tanaka gave up a leadoff home run to George Springer. It looked like Sanchez wanted that pitch up and in just to give Dickerson a different look, and it drifted back over the plate. Kiermaier with a swing and a miss, and the count goes to 0-2.
Oh, good split right there. The first one that we have seen. Good action down in the zone. That's what Girardi and Larry Rothschild are looking for.
Kiermaier at .230 on the year. He's 2 for his last 13, but he's hit well against Tanaka in the past. 6 for 12. Another split. This one downstairs, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, the numbers from the last outing, we told you they weren't very good. Just an inning and 2/3 against the Astros. 7 hits, 8 runs, a walk, and 3 strikeouts, and 4 homers. In fact, not only did Springer homer, Josh Reddick, the following hitter, the number 2 hitter, also hit a home run against him. Kiermaier got a piece of it, and it got a piece of him as well. For Dickerson, we mentioned it was his 10th home run, the 4th career leadoff homer for him, and all of them have come this year. He's having a tremendous year, Flash.
Well, we talked about it last night. He's lost a little bit of weight in the offseason, came in great shape, and talked about him using the whole field. That's why the batting average is elevated, but showing some power the other way.
Swing and a miss. The tag applied by Sanchez, and that'll do it. Let's check out the Yankees on defense, presented by Geico. In the outfield, it's going to be Gardner, Ellsbury, and Hicks. Headley, Gregorius, Castro, and Holiday round out the infield. Fourth start this year for Holiday at first base. Sanchez doing the catching for Masahiro Tanaka. So following the strikeout by Kiermaier, there's one down. That'll bring up Evan Longoria. Longoria last night with 4 hits, including the game-winning single. 7th time in his career he's had 4 hits in a game. That's a career high. And first time he's ever done it against the Yankees. Just got a piece of that one. Fouls it back near the screen, and it's strike 1.
Longoria struggled against Tanaka early on. He was 2 for his first 21 without any home runs, but he's hit 2 home runs in his last 3 at bats against Tanaka, so obviously figuring something out.
That's a strike, and it's 0-2. Now, we told you in our open how well Longoria has done against the Yankees. 281, 33 home runs. Well, he faced the Yankees last night, got the 4 hits. He was 0 for 12 coming into this series. The 0-2 pitch, and it's a little chopper. I should say a fly ball to center field, and it's caught by Ellsbury for out number 2.
Yeah, we talked about the mound position. You can see on the left, that was against Houston on the first base side. Now he's made the adjustment to the third base side. Not a huge difference, but trying to change it up a little bit. Give him some better angles down the mound.
Well, I think, sometimes just because you pitch so poorly, you're going to try something. Yeah,
it's like a hitter trying a new stance maybe, or a little adjustment.
A different bat.
Yeah.
Here's Logan Morrison, who's working on a 6-game hitting streak. And he doesn't get that one. It's strike 1. Morrison's having himself a good year. 11 homers, 29 runs batted in. He's got 6 home runs this month, which ties a career high for him. He had 6 back in July of 2011. Two outs, nobody on. The Rays have a 1-0 lead. That's in there for a strike. Off-speed pitch, 83 miles an hour. Got in on the hands. It's going to be a long run for Gregorius, and he will catch this one in foul territory. The Rays pick up a run on a leadoff home run by Corey Dickerson at the end of 1. It's the Rays 1, the Yankees 0. Toyota. Prius Prime is the official hybrid vehicle of the New York Yankees. And the conversation goes something like this. Why do you think some players like Evan Longoria against the Yankees are better for some teams and others? And the conversation continues. Moosey Moose 15. Being in the American League East, he gets to see the Yankees more, so he's more comfortable because of the numerous repetitions against the Yankees. Well, that could be true. Could work the other way as well. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees Prius Prime to keep the conversation going. Aaron Judge going to lead it off for the Yankees. Swing to the first pitch, fouls it over near the Yankee dugout for strike one. Judge, he's on a streak as well. 7-gamer. He's 10 for 26. Yankees are down 1-0 as we start the second inning. Check swing, but the pitch is over the outside corner for a strike. Judge has had 7 at-bats against Andres, 3 hits. 1 of them was a home run. Oh, 0-2 pitch. He wouldn't bite. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes.
I think that 1 home run was his first at bat in the big leagues, right? We were hitting that ball to center field against Andres.
That one's still going. I was up in the restaurant in center field at Yankee Stadium. What was it, 454 or something like that? Fouls this one off. The count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Here's what Flash is talking about. This is Flash drive right here.
You know, it's amazing when you look at that home run, obviously how far it went, but how different Aaron Judge's setup is at the plate this year compared to last year. First at bat in the big leagues, you go deep. Obviously your teammates love it, but Aaron now a lot more hunched over, using his legs and a little crouch than he was last year.
Ball is hit well to right field, way back. This one is gone, and it's a tie ball game. Aaron Judge with his 15th home run of the year gets the Yankees on the board. Yeah, buddy.
I guess it's safe to say that Aaron Judge likes facing Matt Andres.
That was more of the line drive variety, but it still got out of here.
Fastball up, out, over. It had the sound, and obviously when Aaron Judge squares a baseball up, it's going to go a long way. Doesn't matter if it's left field, center field, or right field, and we're all tied up. Yes, Mo, a great look from the side, foot down early, great extension, head down.
Man,
doesn't get much better than that.
And Yes, Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Here's Jacoby Ellsbury. Some kind of power. He hit it out of any ballpark, anywhere. Check swing, goes around too far. Ellsbury, 287. 4 home runs, 14 runs batted in, and he too is on a hitting streak. He's hitting 6 straight games. That pitch is low. Ball and 2 strikes on Ellsbury. Well, Judge with that home run now is hitting 8 straight games. Ellsbury's had a pretty good trip, 5 for 13 on this trip. Line drive foul over the Yankee bullpen into the seats. And to count a hole at a ball and 2 strikes. A leadoff home run for Aaron Judge here in the second inning. He's even the ball game at 1. Breaking ball hit on the ground, and Andres snares it, throws to Morrison, and there's 1 out here in the second. So Ellsbury will head back to the dugout to bring up Chase Headley. Andres, born in Redlands, California, now makes his home in Las Vegas. Originally was a 3rd-round draft pick of the San Diego Padres back in 2011 and came to the Rays in a deal. Here's Chase Headley. Headley 2 for 14 on the trip. Takes a pitch off the outside corner for ball 1. Now we talked about Judge hitting well against Andriese. You can say the same for Headley. He's got 2 home runs against the Rays right-hander. That pitch misses. 2 balls and no strikes. 4 for 12 with 2 homers against Matt Andriese. That's Chase Headley.
Well, Chase, I'm sure looking for any positives. Obviously going through a little tough stretch right now, and you had good numbers against a pitcher. When you step in that box, you feel pretty good about yourself in the matchup.
Ball is hit on the ground over the bag at second. Beckham, the shortstop, throws on the first for out number 2. You know, you might not know the exact numbers, but you know that you hit a certain pitcher well. And you know what? He might not know the exact numbers, but he knows you hit him well too. So 2 outs, nobody on, and that'll move it to the 8th spot in the Yankee order for Didi Gregorius. Didi's driven in 3 runs on this trip. He's had 5 hits, 15 at bats. His average just over 300 for the year. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Both these teams, the Yankees and the Rays, have hit a lot of home runs this year. The Yankees with 1 more now than the Rays have hit. Check swing. Did he go? No, says third base umpire Quinn Wolcott. Ball and a strike on Didi. The Yankees have now hit 61 homers. The Rays have hit 60. Ball hit on the ground hard, but foul towards the Rays bullpen. Nice play by the ball boy. I was always wondering, do you have to try out to be a ball boy? Do you understand what I mean? You have to come in before the season starts, and they have people try out. I mean, they lined up outside of the stadium to get this job.
I think it would be the clubhouse guy's job, right? To say, hey, you look like a pretty good athlete. You're going to go down the right field line.
Wait, you're not going to try it? You're not going to try out?
I think that
you don't want to get anybody hurt.
You'll find out soon enough. You'll be exposed out there if you can't get the job done.
All right. Ball at 2 strikes on Gregorius. Upstairs, he didn't go for it. 2-2. Always wondered that, you know. And you know when you wonder it as an outfielder? When you're chasing the ball that the kid has missed. You have to go down in the corner and get it. The 2-2 pitch is on the way. Gregorius hits it in the air to right field. Souza Jr. should have this one. He puts it away. But Aaron Judge hits his league-leading 15th home run of the year, and this ties the game at 1 as we head to the bottom half of the 2nd inning. Well hit and gone.
Making his 4th start, 5th appearance at first base for the Yankees. And in speaking with Joe Espada, he told me that Holliday has been extremely receptive to learning the position, but added the toughest thing for Holliday so far has been working around the bag and throws from the left side of the infield, telling me you have to learn sometimes Didi's ball has a little bit of sink on it. Sometimes Chase Headley's arm angle plays a little bit difficult there, and that all comes with more reps. They feel as though Holliday has been serviceable so far, but more reps will certainly help him. And guys, it's interesting, coming into the season, he didn't think he would have a glove at all in his hand, but with the Greg Bird injury, they've been forced to put Holliday out there. And Joe Girardi said 1, maybe 2 times a week at max you'll see him at first base.
Well, he's there this afternoon for the 4th time this season. And right away when he stepped into position and Souza came into the box, he looked into the dugout and they moved him around. So he's going to get a lot of attention out there at first base
today, but Matt Holliday was one of the guys that was working with Joe Espada early, just trying to get a little bit more comfortable at that position.
Strikeout number 2 for Tanaka. Souza Jr. is the first out here in the 2nd inning.
You know, and I look down to the field at Matt Holliday, and he's looking in the dugout at Joe Espada. Where should I position myself? I played a little first base. It's very uncomfortable, Kenny.
Yeah, it is.
You feel like a fish out of water. Where am I supposed to be? It's a very awkward feeling.
Yeah, the few times I played it, I wasn't comfortable as well. That just put me in the outfield. Just get me as far away from the ball as possible. Here's Colby Rasmus, and he'll take a pitch for a called strike. Now Tanaka, with a couple of strikeouts this afternoon, he's 18 strikeouts away from 500 for his career. Now that's significant because only 4 pitchers in Yankee history have had the 500 strikeouts in their first 4 years in the major leagues. Andy Pettit did it. Lefty Gomez did it. El Duque, Orlando Hernandez did it, and Mel Stoudemire did it as well. So Tanaka, 18 more strikeouts, and he'll have 500 in his career within his first 4 seasons. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Colby Rasmus. Bouncing ball to the left side, and it's by Gregorius and into center field for a base hit. So Rasmus beats the shift, and he's on with 1 out here in the 2nd.
Well, things have gotten better for Tanaka. He's getting some downward movement, and because of that, he's going to get some ground balls. We'll take a look at Didi going to his left. And this is a play that Didi would tell you he's got to get a glove on.
Yeah.
Just underneath his glove.
So a 1 out and 1 on. It'll bring up the shortstop, Tim Beckham, who is 6 for his last 12. He had 1 hit and 4 at-bats last night. Pitch is low and away. Good stop by Sanchez. Ball 1. You might notice that Beckham wears number 1 on his back. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but when he was drafted, he was picked number 1 overall over everybody. And I think one of the reasons he was because he was in a one of those showcase tournaments in Port Charlotte, Florida. And that's where the Rays train right now. Rasmus is not going. The pitch is swung on and missed for a strike. In his junior year in high school, he's in this tournament. He has some of the best high school players in the country. During the tournament, he went 18 for 21 with 4 home runs. And that's how he got drafted number 1.
That'll do it. 18 for 21.
18 for 21. Number 1 overall. And he still had a year of high school left. Throw over the first to check on Rasmus. And that at the time the Rays were not training in Port Charlotte, but they do now. And there's a field down there, field number 5, and that's where that tournament was played. Top picks in 2008, Pedro Alvarez 2nd, Hosmer 3rd, Brian Manners for the Orioles, and then Buster Posey. Pitch is low and inside. It's 2 balls and a strike.
Well, the Rays have been happy with what Beckham has done at shortstop. He's catching the ball, the routine play, swinging the bat. They say sometimes he might be out of position a little bit, like those baseball instincts aren't quite there yet, but obviously you got to be quite an athlete to be picked number 1 overall.
He grew up in the Atlanta area. 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed, and an off-speed pitch.
Well, if Larry Rothschild and Joe Girardi wanted to see the slider and the split early in this game, it's starting to show up. A good one right there. A 2-1 count had a little bit of depth to it. The split has gotten better. Really, the one mistake with the fastball to Dickerson that leaked out over the plate cost him the run.
Somebody called time to throw the first. That even if they had gotten Rasmus, he wouldn't have been out. Might have been Beckham who called time at the plate. Two and two on the Rays shortstop. Just one out, one on here in the bottom of the second. We're tied at 1. Each team has gotten the long ball. One from Corey Dickerson for the Rays, and Aaron Judge went deep for the Yankees. Foul tip into the glove of Sanchez, and there's another strikeout for Masahiro Tanaka, his 3rd of the game.
It's a good sign. The slider has always been a go-to pitch for Tanaka anytime that he has needed it in his Yankee career, and it's kind of disappeared a little bit lately, but it has come back today. Another look on Yes Mo, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz Tri-State Dealers. Beckham way out in front.
So now there's 2 outs. Rasmus at first. Bring up the second baseman, Daniel Robertson. With Brad Miller on the disabled list, the regular Rays second baseman, Robertson is going to fill in at that position. Look out just inside for a ball. Robertson has played some second, short, third, and he's had a couple of games as his designated hitter. Had a double here last night. Two balls and no strikes on the Rays second baseman. The number 9 hitter, Jesus Sucre, the catcher's on deck. Not to disparage Sucre. I mean, he's having a pretty good year with the bat, but you'd rather have him lead off next inning than Corey Dickerson. Outside, ball 3. Tanaka misses, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Robertson.
You see Gary Sanchez encouraging Tanaka. You have a hitter who's hitting 188, known more for his defense than his offensive game. Falling behind 3-0, being a little bit too fine in this at bat.
Taken all the way, and Robertson will take a strike. 3-1. Tanaka looking for his 6th win of the year and his 7th in his career against the Rays. He is 6-1. As we mentioned, that one loss came on opening day this year. Foul back, and the count is full. He's fought his way back to a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, good job. Couple of fastballs on the outer half. You're Tanaka. You challenge Robertson. Fastball away. Play to the big part of the ballpark. Not a guy that is known for big time power.
We mentioned that opening day loss, and Tanaka, who pitched so well in spring training, I think he allowed 1 run in spring training, came out and allowed 7 runs in 2 2/3 innings in opening day here at Tropicana Field. Rasmus is running. The 3-2 pitch is outside, ball 4. He walked it. So the Rays will have 2 on with 2 outs for Sucre. So Sucre hitting .286 with a couple of homers, 12 runs batted in. He is backing up Derek Norris. Norris got the start last night. Norris scored the winning run on the base hit by Evan Longoria in the bottom of the 8th. Norris had reached via a leadoff walk. 2 on, 2 outs. And it's a slider down and away for ball 1.
Sucre, the backup catcher, doesn't get a lot of opportunities, but he's had 16 at bats with runners in scoring position. He's come through 8 times. Batting average of .500. The productive player off the bench for Kevin Cash.
Ball is lined into center field for a base hit. He continues to produce. The Rays are going to take the lead. As Rasmus scores, they're going to hold Robertson at third. So Sucre with a double, and the Rays take a 2-1 lead.
He gets his opportunities. He takes advantage with runners in scoring position. Now batting over 500. Fastball down the middle, hammers it to center field. If you're Masahiro Tanaka, you'll be kicking yourself for walking Daniel Robertson, hitting under 200. Because of that, Sucre gets an opportunity and he takes advantage.
So Sucre, his second double of the year, drives in a run, and now you turn it over to the top of the order at Corey Dickerson. But Dickerson's not going to get a chance. You see the effects of the new rule. Joe Girardi signals to the umpire. Just let him go to first base, holds up the 4 fingers. And here's the pitch to Sucre.
It's actually a splitter, and it looked like it was so hard that I thought it was a fastball. That's just right down the middle with no action on it at all.
So now the bases are loaded following the intentional pass. And it'll bring up Kiermaier, who was a strikeout victim in the first inning. First pitch is in there for a call strike, 94 miles an hour.
There might be a little anger behind that fastball, Kenny, pumping it up a little bit to 94. Tanaka has to be a little frustrated. You can see the look on his face.
A ball and a strike. Tanaka's used to winning. He's excellent in Japan, and 44-18 here in the major leagues. He leads active pitchers in winning percentage. 1-1 on Kiermaier. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. The Rays have taken the lead 2-1. That was close, didn't get the call. 2 balls and a strike.
Sanchez setting up inside. Looks like it catches a piece of the plate, maybe a little low as Sanchez tries to bring it back up to the strike zone. Could have went either way.
Swing and a miss. Throw to second, and they got him. Gary Sanchez picks off the runner. Sucre at second, and that'll do one catcher to another. And he gets to knock out of a major jab. Well, the Rays are not going to challenge the call. They're coming off the field, but they have taken the lead and now lead 2-1 at the end of 2.
Jeep, and the Rays have improved offensively this year. Now 207 runs, 4th in the American League, and 60 homers, which is 2nd in the American League. But they've always been known for their pitching, and they are not disappointing again this year. 3.76 ERAs, 3rd in the American League. And they might have a new star here in Tampa Bay. Corey Dickerson, with his huge numbers, 10 home runs now, batting close to 340. We know that Longoria is the face of the franchise, but Corey Dickerson making an impression this year.
Well, Flash, we saw a huge play by Gary Sanchez to get Tanaka out of a jam there with the bases loaded as he picked off Sucre at second. You're on base, you're not looking to get picked off in a situation like that.
You know what? I feel Sucre's pain, though. He was trying to get a good secondary lead to try to score on a base hit, and Gary Sanchez saw that, took advantage of it, a perfect throw, and picked up his starting pitcher.
Here's a look at it, the throw to second. And the Rays didn't argue.
Aaron Hicks gets his first at bat of the afternoon, playing right field today.
You know, sometimes numbers against certain pitchers will get you into the lineup. He's got 2 home runs in his career against Andriese.
Andriese now with a 2-1 lead. Good changeup and a swing and a miss by Aaron Hicks. Be the 2nd strikeout of the afternoon for Andriese.
Well, Flash told you that Andriese uses a changeup 28% of the time. That's one of the pitchers that uses this pitch the most. And one of the keys to changeup, you make it look like it's a good pitch. You saw that was right down the middle, but the speed, he had taken so much off of it. Hicks was well out in front.
With 1 down, we'll go back to the top of the order. Brett Gardner 0 for 1, a fly ball to left field, his first at bat. As Kenny told you earlier, he has reached base in 21 straight games. Watch that pitch, Kenny. It's 87 miles an hour. It almost looks like a hard slider, but we were told before the game he'll throw his changeup, and that's the speed that the computer has him for, about 86, 87. It's got to be tough to pick up out of his hand.
That'll make his fastball play even better. Fastball only 92.
The 0-2 from Andriese. You talked earlier about Andriese not going deep into ball games,
yeah.
and you look at an 0-2 pitch right there that clearly was just a wasted pitch. Didn't do anything to set up this next pitch. There's that changeup again, slapped the other way. Longoria up with it. 2 quick outs here in the top of the 3rd for Andriese.
You know, you hear those cowbells, Flash. Did they have those in the first year of the then Devil Rays?
That's a long time ago. I don't remember.
That shows you how, you know, if you don't remember, that shows you how much you were concentrating when you were playing.
Gary Sanchez back in the lineup this afternoon. Had the night off last night. Picked up a base hit, his first at bat. Just gave a little comment to Sucre behind the plate too, maybe saying don't get too far off the second base.
I have a feeling that was a set play because Didi was standing right there. It looks like he, you know, you can flash to the catcher. You know, give me a shot. If you see the daylight, let it fly.
Sanchez now a 5-game hitting streak. Gets underneath this one and pops it up. Easy play for Evan Longoria and an easy inning for Matt Andriese. 1-2-3. The Yankees trailing 2-1. earlier, Mike Lest threw out the ceremonial first pitch. There's a good look at Mike. Does a nice job with the first pitch. He was diagnosed with ALS in February of 2016. He is a social studies teacher at Steinbrenner High School in Tampa. For more information on the disease and how to help, check out ALS.org. Nice pregame ceremony. And Kenny, my time here at Tampa Bay, got to know a bunch of those people with the ALS organization. Great people doing great things down here. So nice of the Rays to host them this afternoon. Bottom of the third, Kevin Kiermaier is going to lead off. Kiermaier struck out his first at bat. Off to a slow start offensively. As Tanaka gets back into it, ball one with a breaking ball that misses away.
Yeah, Kiermaier, tremendous speed, a threat to bunt. Headley's in on the grass, and Holliday about even with the bag at first.
From Tanaka. Kiermaier pops it up. Sanchez can't see it. Headley's coming in. He's calling for it and makes the play. One quick out here in the bottom of the third.
Well, he talked about how difficult it is to see, and where's the ball? What? There it is. Headley saw it. That's all that mattered. One down.
One down will bring up Evan Longoria. Longoria fly ball to center field his first at bat. Takes a first pitch slider for strike one. The Rays playing good baseball lately. Got themselves back to 500 and pretty much done it without Evan Longoria getting hot until last night, until now. A no doubt about it home run from Evan Longoria. So the domination of the New York Yankees continues. 6th home run of the year, and the Rays lead 3-1.
Well, we told you. He came into the series on an 0 for 12. And now he has 5 hits in the first 2 games of this series. And that's his 34th career home run against the Yankees. And once again, the home run ball is biting Masahiro Tanaka.
That is Longoria's 3rd home run in his last 5 at-bats against Tanaka.
Let's check out the location. And this is middle in, about thigh high, and say goodbye.
Longoria looking on as Tanaka again behind in the count to Logan Morrison, 2-0. Kenny, when we're in spring training and we talk about the Yankee pitching staff and the rotation, Tanaka was not supposed to be a concern. It's supposed to be a given, and right now he's going through a little tough stretch.
Well, especially the way he was pitching in spring training. Joe, he was lights out. And he faced the Red Sox earlier this year, and oh, that was a fantastic outing against Boston at Fenway Park.
Big swing and a miss from Morrison.
Had a complete game shutout of the Red Sox, a 3-hitter back on April the 27th. Yankees won 3-0.
You know, when you look at all the metrics on Tanaka, he's still getting the ground balls that he usually does. Giving up too many home runs. Misses badly with a split. But I think, Kenny, the biggest thing is the eye test. When you watch some of his home runs, the ball just not having any dive down, kind of flat up in the zone. Pitching coach Larry Rothschild and Tanaka trying to get it figured out.
Well, he said he had a pretty good, in between starts, pitchers have a throw day, and it's when you're going well, it's a throw day. When you're not going, it's a work day.
It's a work day. Yeah. He's trying to find something day. This one's going to find the seats, and again, Sanchez behind home plate had no idea where that foul ball was. We talked about Tanaka moving more towards the third base side of the pitching rubber, and I would say early on, Kenny, that hasn't been the key to success. Giving up 4 hits, 3 runs, couple of home runs. Morrison picks up a 1-out walk.
That's another thing when he's going well. Doesn't walk many people. And we're going to get a discussion on the mound.
3 walks from Tanaka this afternoon. One of them was intentional to Corey Dickerson. As a pitching coach and a catcher, you're just looking for that one mechanical key, maybe that one phrase that you can get a pitcher to concentrate on to try to get them back on track. .50 pitches already.
There's 3 languages represented there: Japanese, English, and Spanish. It's all baseball, though. Home plate umpire Scott Barry says, "Let's go." I think all of them understood that.
Number 20, Steven Souza Jr.
The 1 down will bring up Steven Souza Jr. He struck out his first at bat.
So far in 2 games here, Steven Souza Jr.'s had no contact. 3 strikeouts and 2 walks. And we talked about the Rays are far out in front in the strikeout department. Their hitters over 450 strikeouts on the year. They'll set a new record at this pace.
Good swing, fouled straight back, and Tanaka quickly ahead to count 0-2.
They had a strikeout, at least 1 strikeout in every inning last night but the first.
Strikeouts, walks, or home runs, right?
Yep, that's it.
They have 3 walks this afternoon. They have 2 home runs. Struck out 3 times. Souza pops it up. Matt Holliday over by the Rays dugout. Settles underneath it and can't make the play. It looked like when he looked towards the Rays dugout to see how far away he was from it, he lost the ball when he looked back up.
And you saw Sanchez just say, I hardly saw it as well. Here he's coming into foul territory. Seems like he has it here, but he took a look and then he lost it. You don't want to take your eye off the ball here.
So Souza catches a break. We'll see if he can take advantage of it. Hard shot past Didi Gregorius, so he does. The misplay by Holliday cost Tanaka another base hit, and the Rays set up here in the bottom of the 3rd.
So the first time in this series, Souza Jr. has made contact, put the ball in play, and he has himself a base hit.
Number 28, Colby Ransom.
Look on Joe Girardi's face pretty much says it all. Huh?
Yes.
I got a #1 starter who's going through a little tough time. The baseball always finds the guy playing the field when he's out of position in Holiday.
And Tanaka, like any pitcher, needs the plays made behind him, especially when you're struggling.
We have Kobe Rasmus, who had a base hit his first at bat. Tanaka looking for a ground ball and the possibility of a double play. Kobe Rasmus fits right in with that Rays philosophy, right? Plenty of power. He'll swing and miss a ton. Throw to second. Morrison gets back.
Well, it worked once, so he's going to try it again.
Gary Sanchez going through the sequence of signs. Comes the 0-1 from Tanaka. Rasmus squares around a bunt, bunts it foul.
Oh, you had Headley back. And you can see he's kind of upset he didn't get it down. There's a base hit for the taking there. You see Headley back. Tanaka's an excellent fielder, and he's the only Yankee who would have had a chance if that ball was fair.
And Tanaka heading the count 0-2. Morrison taking his lead off a second, Souza Jr. off a first, and Tanaka wants to talk about it. Pace has dramatically slowed down here in the bottom of the third.
This might be a verbal sign, you know, with Morrison out at second. Maybe Tanaka felt he was getting too good a look at the signs. Let's see if Sanchez actually gives a sign here.
No need for a sign.
Yeah, talked it over.
See what they go with. 0-2. Fastball supposed to be in, and again it was pretty much middle.
Now here's my thought. He's moved over to the third base side of the rubber. Does that make it more difficult to get the ball in?
Of course.
Yeah, so it's leaking towards the middle of the plate.
There he is over to the third base side. Be a lot tougher to come all the way back across and get it in on a lefty. Got away with that mistake there. Goes with an off-speed pitch, ground ball to Holiday. He's going to take the easy out at first. Morrison the third, Souza the second. Two down will bring up shortstop Tim Beckham. He struck out his first at bat. Beckham doing a great job in the RBI department. He's fourth in the American League with 15 RBIs in May. And he started to pick it up offensively. Tanaka trying to limit the damage here in the bottom of the third. Longoria a solo home run with the Rays a 3-1 lead. First pitch fastball misses. "15 pitches in the first, 23 in the second, and already 21 here in the third." Next pitch will be pitch number 60 already for Tanaka. This one into left field. Gardner going back in front of the track will make the play. So it's a tough inning for Tanaka. Gave up the solo home run to Evan Longoria, who just seems to beat up on the Yankees year in and year out. Rays lead 3-1. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Top of the 4th on our Audi scoreboard. The Rays lead 3-1. 5 hits for the Rays, 2 for the Yankees. So the Holliday, Castro, and Aaron Judge here in the 4th inning against Matt Andriese, who quickly gets ahead with strike 1. Holliday struck out his first at bat. .278 home runs, 27 RBIs.
You saw the on-base percentage, batting average at .270, but his on-base percentage over .370. That tells you he gets his base on balls. He'll work his way on base, set it up for the rest of the teammates.
Well, that home run from Matt Holliday last night, really impressive, facing the hard thrower Stanek.
Anytime you turn around a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
And the pitch before, he threw right by him, right? Made a nice little adjustment. Got the foot down a little bit earlier and hammered it to right field. Behind in the count here, 1-2. Fouls off the tough pitch. One of the greatest compliments you can give a hitter is that he gives you a professional at bat, day in and day out. Very rarely see Matt Holliday give away at bats. Holliday caught looking. There's a few words for home plate umpire Scott Barry.
We saw Sucre sitting inside. In fact, that was off the plate inside. Definitely a ball.
One down will be Starlin Castro. He popped up to right field his first at bat.
He's had a couple of hits in his career against Andriese. 2 for 8. A double and a home run.
Hard shot in between the hole, between third and short. Just another base hit for Starlin Castro.
Double and a home run and a single.
As Aaron Judge comes up, we're going to take a look at the Cricket Wireless. Cricket's something to smile about. This was the swing, his first at bat. He hammered this ball to right field. A little celebration from Aaron Judge, 15th home run of the year. .328, 15 home runs, 30 RBIs. What a start for Aaron Judge. You think back to his first home run of his major league career against Matt Andriese last year. Following it up with another home run, his first at bat this afternoon. And when you looked at last year in August on the left, you can see how straight up Aaron Judge is. Now today on the right, getting into his legs a little bit more, and also, Kenny, that left arm today a little bit further back. Not as much movement with the hands. Very simple approach. Look at the stance with the open stance. He does close it towards home plate when he gets ready to hit. Everything seems to be simpler. Everything seems to be a little stronger, under control.
And gaining confidence as the season moves along is getting more and more support from his fellow judges.
This ball's hit hard. Another base hit for Aaron Judge. going to go all the way to the wall. Castro to third, Judge into second. Another rocket off of the bat of Aaron Judge.
You heard them say a screaming bait. That was a screaming double. The crack of the bat would tell you. See, the stance is open. Flash is talking about it, gives him a good look, closes, and then the rocket that Colby Rasmus could not cut off before it got to the wall. And that ball was hit hard.
One down will bring up Jacoby Ellsbury. He grounded out to second, his first at bat. Yankees with a good opportunity here in the top of the fourth to even this game up. Just thinking about Aaron Judge, Kenny, I can't remember seeing a player improve this much from one year to the next.
Remember, he still qualifies as a rookie this year.
You think back to last year with Aaron Judge, I mean, he would give away at bats, swinging pitches out of the zone. It just doesn't happen anymore. Andrees out quickly ahead of Ellsbury, 0-2. Jacoby Ellsbury, you got to find a way just to put this ball in play.
The Rays are giving you a run here. If you can hit a ground ball with short or second, of course, you'd like to get the base hit, drive in both of them. Even a ground ball to first will get a run in.
Yeah, your mentality as a hitter changes. You walk up to the plate thinking driving in two. Now you're behind in the count 0-2. Just put this ball in play. Give yourself a chance to drive in a run, chip away at that lead. The 0-2 from Andrews, and he picks up a big strikeout at Jacoby Ellsbury. He went with the fastball.
It looked like after everything was down, they wanted this pitch up in the zone. Give me your best heat up. Try and pass him upstairs. Even if it's a ball, it might be an effective pitch. The target's going to be up. And he put it right there.
Oh, with two down, it'll be up to Chase Headley at a ground ball to short, his first at bat. First pitch swinging to right center field. This one is going to find some turf as Castro scores, Aaron Judge scores, and Chase Headley cruising into second base with a big two-out double, 2 RBIs. And we're all tied up here at Tropicana Field.
Well, Chase Headley, who's been struggling more than I would say anybody else in the lineup right now, hammers the first pitch, and that was headed for Gap City. And 2 runs scored, and a big 2-out hit. He picks up Ellsbury, who's probably the happiest Yankee in the dugout. Looked like a little cutter or a hanging slider, and Headley did not miss it. That's his 10th double of the year. He and Castro are tied for the team lead in 2 base hits.
Yeah, those 2-out base hits, those RBI base hits, frustrating for a pitcher. Wonder if that gets Chase Headley going again.
So a couple of doubles in this inning, ringing doubles at that for the Yankees here in the 4th.
Didi Gregorius, a fly out in the second inning. He's got an opportunity with 2 outs here to drive in a run. First pitch swinging, drives it the other way. Rasmus underneath it, and he'll make the play. Chase Headley, big 2-out RBI double, couple RBIs. We're all tied up at 3. You are doing more in state-of-the-art healthcare, and this kind of came out of nowhere. Dallas Keuchel off to a great start, 7-0, 1.84 ERA, placed on the 10-day disabled list with a pinched nerve in his neck.
I heard about that on the way to the ballpark. The Astros are hoping that he only misses one start.
On our Audi scoreboard, all tied up at 3. As we start the bottom of the 4th inning, it'll be 8-9-1 for the Rays. Robertson, Sucre, and Dickerson. He's doing a good job tying this game up. We'll see if Tanaka can settle down here in the bottom of the 4th. There's a good slider for a strike. Boy, everything has been going right for the Houston Astros, and now Dallas Keuchel on the DL. He's hoping it's not going to be an extended stay. And off to a great start. Check on the swing. Ryan O'Nora said that Robertson went.
At the Astros with the best record in baseball. 29-13, 6.5 game lead in the Western Division. But the Texas Rangers are doing everything they can to hunt them down. They've won 10 in a row.
This one driven the other way by Robertson. It's going to find the gap. He'll be in the second base with a leadoff double. It has been a struggle this afternoon for Tanaka.
Yet another ball hit on the screws as Robertson picks up the 2-base hit, leading it off here in the 4th. Looks like the pitch is in the middle of the plate. And big league hitters do not miss those very often. Yep, right there, about belt high. It's been about location for Tanaka in these last couple of starts.
So bring up Sucre. We've talked about him doing a good job as a backup player, driving in a ton of runs. He's had a base hit and an RBI in this one. Big swing and a miss with a first pitch slider. RBI double in the second, hitting over 300 with 13 RBIs.
Tanaka's first few years here with the Yankees, this is usually when he gets tougher, when men get in the scoring position. That hasn't been the case here today.
Look at Gary Sanchez going through the signs, and when you have a pitcher who's struggling a little bit, you try anything. That scouting report goes out the window. He's blocking a ball in the dirt by Sanchez. You talk to a pitcher before the game, this is how we want to get a lineup out.
Looks like a splitter. No, it was a slider in the dirt. You know, one thing about that pitch, it wasn't close enough to make the hitter even think about swinging at it. He's trying to get everything down, and that's because the pitches that have been hit have been elevated. So now when he tries to make the adjustment, he over adjusts.
See what he goes with here, 1 and 2. Robertson takes his lead off of second base. Looked like a split, a swing and a miss. Gets away from Sanchez. Sucre will be safe at first. Robertson goes to third. Not a lot of things going right for Masahiro Tanaka.
So that'll go as a strikeout and a wild pitch. Slider in the dirt, off the glove of Sanchez. And the Rays have runners on the corners with nobody out here in the 4th inning.
Well, good call, Kenny, off the glove. As a catcher, you want to get that glove down in the dirt so the ball will bounce off of your chest protector, hit off the heel of the glove, scoots away. Again, it has been a struggle this afternoon for Tanaka. Even when he picks up the strikeout, Sucre standing at first base. And we'll be back to the top of the lineup. Corey Dickerson had that leadoff home run, his 10th of the year. He's also walked intentionally. Sanchez with a good block, getting that glove down that time, right on time. "70 pitches already."
Yeah, Tanaka's usually knocking on the door of the 7th inning when he's got 70 pitches. Today, he's in the 4th.
This one popped up behind home plate. Now we'll find the seats. I'm sure Gary Sanchez is sitting back there saying, please don't pop one up to me, because every pop-up, he has put his hands up that he has no idea where it is.
What was your experience here?
I had a tough time picking up the ball.
Day games?
He looks up. He has no idea. It's behind him. Can't see it.
Wow. Now you're starting to get towards the meat of the order for these Rays with Dickerson up and Kiermaier, and then the always dangerous Longoria.
Robertson off of third. Sucre off of first. Here comes the 2-1 to Dickerson. This one hit well to right field. And there's no doubt about this home run. A 3-run shot. But Corey Dickerson is 11th of the year. His fantastic start to his season continues. Rays lead 6-3.
Well, another multi-hit game, but this one even bigger. 2 home runs for Corey Dickerson in this game. He now has 11 on the season. And you're right, this was a no-doubter. Tanaka has allowed 7 home runs in his last 2 games. And in fact, you break it down by innings, because he only lasted an inning 2/3 in his last game, and he's into the 4th in this one. So about 7 home runs in less than 5 innings.
Well, you have a pitcher who doesn't have a great look on his face. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, he's also doesn't, you don't know where to go. I mean, you're trying to find something mechanically to get it back on track. As Kiermaier hammers one into right field.
Let's take a look at the pitch. Is it going to drift towards the middle? No, not really. But down and in where Dickerson likes it. In fact, he hit it so well, he just tried to track it himself. Wow, that hit the base of the scoreboard out in right field. Well over 400 feet.
Kenny, think back to last night. Dickerson also did a good job against Adam Warren, a tough pitch that he laced for a base hit. And then that ball down a little bit, not a terrible pitch.
And between he and Longoria, giving Yankees a fits.
Larry Rothschild's going to go out for a conversation. Tommy Lane getting up in the Yankee pen.
Down. That upswing. Lift and separate. And you can see the Rays dugout. They react to Corey Dickerson, and they've been reacting like that all season long with him.
Still nobody out. Evan Longoria up. Had a home run his last time against Tanaka, and a big swing and a miss. The first pitch fastball. There's Tommy Lane getting his gun hot in the Yankee pen. one slapped the other way, just out of the reach of Matt Holliday. Kiermaier on his way to third, and Evan Longoria, even when he doesn't hit it that hard, he's going to find a base hit, another base hit against the Yankees.
You know, I think one thing that makes Longoria such a good hitter, that he's quick enough inside, and also you get the ball away from him, he's looking that way, he hits the ball the other way pretty well. Good, solid hitter.
Joe Girardi just looks like he's looking down at Tommy Lane to make sure that he's ready. The left-handed hitting Logan Morrison coming up to the plate.
Sanchez after the mound to stall a little bit, give Tommy Lane a little bit more opportunity to warm up.
Masahiro Tanaka, who struggled his last time against the Houston Astros, struggled this afternoon here in Tampa St. Pete. 9 hits, 6 runs. Joe Girardi's going to make that call to the bullpen. Tommy Lane is going to take over for Masahiro Tanaka. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Buick. Visit TriStateBuick.com for great lease offers. And by People's United Wealth Management, expert advice to set tomorrow in motion. And by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2017 models. Beautiful day outside Tropicana Field. Tommy Lane takes over for Masahiro Tanaka. Lane last pitched on Wednesday, retired the only batter that he faced in Kansas City. It'll be his 14th game of the year. The first batter he will face is Logan Morrison.
Well, we're in the 4th inning here, and it's not as if the Yankees haven't touched up Matt Andriese. So it's, you know, we got two teams that score a lot of runs.
One of those games where the middle relief so important to add a little stability to this game. Throw some zeros up there. We talked about in our team scouting report about the Rays, though. They are a different club offensively this year. Always been known as a team that can pitch and play defense and steal some bases. Now they've added the long ball. Trying to make a push here in the American League East.
Well, last night they got themselves back to 500. And that's the first time since May the 6th.
The Rays were very honest yesterday that they looked at this series as a test of where they are at. Had a good road trip going to Boston, good road trip in Cleveland.
Yeah, but you look at certain parts of the schedule, and they knew they were playing 3 tough teams in a row.
Check swing by Morrison. He did not go. 4-6 on the road trip, Boston and Cleveland, won the first game of this series last night. The jumped out to an early lead here, 6-3 in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, after the Yankees leave on Sunday, the Angels come in for a 4-game series. And then the Rays will hit the road, go to Minnesota. They're playing pretty well, and the Rangers are hot.
Be a 2-1. Breaking ball misses. Morrison had an RBI double last night, shooting the gap in left center field.
And he did have the team lead in home runs by himself, but Dickerson with the 2 today has tied him. Both have 11.
Slider clips the outside corner for strike 2. Well, Morrison didn't like it.
He thought it might have been a little low, but it did have the corner. Scott Barry with the call.
Tanaka can only look on now. 9 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Slider misses, so bases loaded. Steven Souza Jr. Souza Jr. 1 for 2 with a strikeout.
You know, what you're seeing from Tanaka there is that, you know, he's sitting out here, he's facing the music. You know, he put 2 of those guys on base. He's hoping Lane can get him out of trouble here, but you know, in the past, you've seen pitchers just go to the clubhouse.
This one hit hard right at Didi Gregorius. The second to throw is wide. And he's missing an opportunity there to double up Longoria.
I don't know if he would have gotten it, but it was a good save by Castro. The throw, as you called it, Flash, was wide. And this almost ended up in right field. Now watch after Castro makes the save, he looks over to third base to see what's going on over there.
One down will bring up Colby Rasmus. 1 for 2, scored a run. Rays trying to break it open here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases loaded with 1 out. Kiermaier off a 3rd, Longoria off a 2nd. Logan Morrison taking his lead off a 1st. Rasmus first pitch swinging, foul ball. Rasmus has not had too many at-bats against lefties, but he's done a good job. 2 for 3 with a home run this year. Tommy Lane looking for that ground ball double play, work his way out of trouble here in the bottom of the 4th. This one hit a looping line drive right to Starlin Castro. 2 down.
Nobody strayed far enough for him to double up anybody. And one thing you're taught as a base runner, the ball is hit on a line, make sure it gets through. Broken bat, looping line drive, nobody strayed too far.
Two down will be Tim Beckham. Tommy Lane trying to limit the damage here in the 4th. Rays have put 3 on the board. The home run, 3-run shot by Dickerson. It's the right way to do it, right, Kenny? If you're Tanaka, you got to stand there, face the music, show your teammates you're in it with them.
Yeah, a lot of teams have a rule when a pitcher's taken out of the game, he has to sit in the dugout until the 3rd out is taken care of. I don't know if that's the case with the Yankees, but on teams that some of the teams I played for, that was the rule.
Even if it isn't the rule, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Six-3 Rays. Beckham takes a break, the ball for a strike. Beckham hitting .290 against right-handed pitching, .250 against left-handers. The 2-1 to Lane. Ground ball to short. Gregorius over to Castro. So a nice job by Tommy Lane limiting the damage. The Rays had 3 on a 3-run shot by Corey Dickerson.
Along with Meredith, as we look at our GMC scoreboard, 6-3, the Rays leading as we go to the top of the 5th. Matt Andriese now with a 3-run lead. He'll face Hicks, Gardner, and Sanchez for the Yankees here in the 5th inning. So the long ball has been featured this afternoon. 1 for the Yankees from Aaron Judge, and 3 by the Rays, 2 by Corey Dickerson. Here's the pitch to Hicks, and he'll take it in there for a call strike. Hicks struck out in the 3rd inning. He's averaged just over 300, 308 on the year. And that one hits the outside corner. So quickly, Andriese jumps ahead 0-2. The Yankees on the comeback trail once again. Wouldn't chase a ball with 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's one thing we've seen from this Yankee club this year, the ability to fight back. And they've already done a good job being down early, tying the game. Now Tanaka gives up the 3-run shot. You're down by 3. Try to get into that Rays bullpen. That's definitely one of their weaknesses.
Little chopper, and this is going to twist foul. Yeah, we saw a lot of the Rays bullpen last night. They used 5 pitchers in relief to eventually pick up the 5-4 win. The Yankees used 4 pitchers out of the bullpen last night. That's upstairs to Hicks. Count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Foul tipped. And it got a piece of Sucre. Maybe the umpire Scott Berry as well. You know, Flash, as I watch it, yeah, Sucre is going to have to walk this one off. Take a look at where it got him.
Oh, yeah, right off the top of the foot. There's a little padding right there. Doesn't do much to help you.
You're just saying it's cosmetic? Is that what?
Well, that's not going to affect Sucre's game at all, right? His game's not about speed. He'll be fine.
He's still limping a bit.
It's about catching and throwing and driving in some runs.
I was going to say, as we watch Andries's delivery, you're seeing more and more pitches with the. There's hardly any windup whatsoever. He does go back over the head. Trying to pick off the inside corner and missed, and count going full at 3-2. Hicks trying to work his way aboard for the Yankees to get something started here in the 5th inning. They trail by 3. He's actually walked more times than he struck out this year. Andres with the 3-2 pitch on the way. Goes to the changeup and strikes him out. What percentage of the time did you say he uses it for?
28%, over 28% of the time. And it's an effective pitch, but when you look at it, it's about 87 miles an hour. It's only about 4, 5, 6 miles an hour off of his fastball, but he gets plenty of deception with it. Good look at it coming towards home plate. Had a little cut on it.
Yeah, that's what pitchers like to call a BP fastball, batting practice fastball. Batting practice, they throw it, you know, somewhere in the low 80s, and hitters just tattoo it. Here's Gardner looking for his first hit of the afternoon, and he'll take a pitch for a strike. Gardner's fly to left, grounded to third. Kiermaier in center plays him towards left field. The big gap is in right center field. Souza Jr. well off the line. A ball and a strike on a Yankee left fielder. If Gardner hits anything down that right field line, it's going to be a 3-base hit. And this is a guy who has led the league in triples before. That's inside. He tried to duck out of the way, but made contact, and the count is 1-2. Now this is the Yankees' second trip to Tropicana Field this year. They opened the season here, and the Rays took 2 out of 3. Well, when the Rays came up to open up Yankee Stadium this year, the Yankees took 3 in a row. And the season series stands at 4-3 in favor of the Yankees. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Brett Gardner. Bouncing ball to the right side. Nice high hop for Morrison. He's going to flip to Andries covering. And there are 2 outs for the Yankees here in the 5th. A little discussion on the mound here with Gary Sanchez coming up. Sucre and Longoria. As the meeting breaks up, Sanchez will step in. He has a base hit. He singled to left his first time, then popped out to third. Six for 14 on this road trip, so he's swinging a hot bat. Chops it foul down the third base side. After tomorrow, the Yankees will head home, where the Kansas City Royals, they just played them, took 2 out of 3. Got a 4-game series coming up at the stadium. And the Royals will be followed by the Oakland A's. Yankees first look at Oakland. This ball's hit well to left center field. Kiermaier going back near the wall. This one is gone. A home run for Gary Sanchez. And it's now a 6-4 ball game. The Yankees inch closer. Home run number 4 on the season for Sanchez. The Yankees' second home run of the afternoon.
This is not that bad of a pitch by Matt Andriese, going down and away, and Sanchez just goes out and covers it. It sits middle maybe a little bit, but it's not what you would classify as a hanger. It hits it to the deepest part of Tropicana Field. That's an impressive home run.
This replay. Here's Matt Holliday. Sliders down and away. Well, fans, this replay brought to you by New York Presbyterian, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Amazing things are happening here.
The one thing about Gary Sanchez's swing, he gets that great extension and finish through the ball. It's great carry.
You said carry for Gary? And 2 more hits today, and here comes Jim Hickey, the pitching coach. We told you about Matt Andriese. Now he very rarely gets beyond the 6th inning. And Jim Hickey, one of the more respected pitching coaches. Brief discussion. Going to turn, head back to the dugout. He's probably saying, forget about that. Let's work on these next guys. Another impressive home run off the bat of Gary Sanchez. Tell you what, between he and Aaron Judge, there aren't many cheapies. They're almost all over 400 feet.
Yeah, they're big boy home runs, right? I mean, that was the place at Tropicana Field. You have to earn it out there, just off to the left of center.
Holliday hits a bouncer foul. And it's 2 balls and a strike. Holliday has struck out twice. Struck out swinging in the first and looking in the fourth. Jumbo Diaz. Starts the throw. There's the call strike. 2-2. Holliday checking the bat, make sure he didn't do any damage to it. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yankee catch, talking things over. Maybe don't mind saying, was that far off the ground? How'd you hit it that far?
Right.
How'd you hit it that far? Look out as Holliday is hit with a pitch. And he'll head down to first base. Well, let's go back to our studios. Bob Loren standing by with another update. Bob. Thank you very much, Bob. Who was going to break it up? Altuve. Yeah, he would do it. Among the league leaders in hits. Well, now with Holiday at first, that brings a tying run to the plate in the person of Starlin Castro, who's flagged to right, singled and scored. Jumped his league leading average up to 354. There's a call strike over the outside corner. Diaz continues to warm up in the Rays bullpen. Yeah, he is a big man.
Yeah, I wonder why they call him Jumbo.
Foul at the plate. It'll roll back to the screen. And it's 0-2 on Castro. The Yankees got a 2-out home run from Gary Sanchez here in the 5th inning to make it a 6-4 ball game. Andriese trying to make it through 5 here. Ooh, Sucre was headed back to the dugout, but didn't get the call from Scott Berry.
Now this is clearly down. Sucre tries to bring it up, sell it, doesn't get the call. That's begging right there.
Misses again, and that will level the count at 2-2.
If you're Matt Andriese, you better go right after Castro. You have Aaron Judge on deck. He'll be taking you deep this afternoon in a rocket to left field. And you wonder if Kevin Cash would even let Andriese face Aaron Judge.
You know what? I think he'd want to try and get him a victory.
Yeah.
But, you know, the ball game comes first. Starting pitcher has to complete 5 innings to be eligible for a victory. So far, Andriese has 4 2/3. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Yankees are down by 2 here in the 5th inning. Another close pitch that goes the way of Starlin Castro. In fact, Scott Berry, look at that fan. There's 20,000 umpires here today. Watch the home plate. Almost flips the arm up.
He wanted to,
but he didn't do it. So 3-2 and 2 outs. Matt Holliday will be running at first. There's the 3-2 pitch, and it's fouled back. Now, Flash, I got a question for you. 3-2, 2 outs, the runner's going. If you're Logan Morrison, don't you play behind a runner? He didn't on that pitch.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, because Castro has the ability to hit the ball the other way, and he's holding Holliday on, which gives a bigger hole over there.
Play behind Holliday, keep him close a little bit, and then when the delivery comes, you move back. Don't understand this.
No, he's not the tying run. Chase Whitler joins Jumbo Diaz. Runner goes, and the pitch is fouled off again by Castro, hanging tough. Hasn't been an easy trip for either starter in this ball game. Holliday will be off and running again. There he goes. The pitch fouled off again by Castro. It's quite a battle going on here.
Andrees coming right at Castro with his best fastballs out over the plate. Holliday getting a little workout in, getting his sprint work in.
Three straight foul balls. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Been an 8th pitch at-bat so far, I should say. Hit hard, but right at the third baseman, Longoria. So Andrees will get through 5, but he gives up a long, booming home run off the bat of Gary Sanchez. At the end of 4.5, it is 6-4. Of our Yes family, Keith Bozart, passed away at the age of 63 after a tough battle with cancer. A proud member and leader of our tape crew here in Tampa, St. Pete area since the beginning of Yes, Keith was a 7-time Emmy Award winner and a TV veteran over 35 years, most of which were spent with ESPN. Keith had a passion for his work and family. Our condolences go out to his wife Marcia, his daughters Shannon, Jessica, Danica, and the rest of the Bozart family. He will be greatly missed by all of us here at Yes. Bottom of the 5th inning, and Tommy Lane deals a pitch to Daniel Robertson, and it's in there for a call strike. Robertson was not retired by Tanaka today. He walked and had a double and scored a run. 8-9-1 for the Rays here in the bottom of the 5th. In a 6-4 ball game. A game that has done nothing, nowhere near flying along. It's only been 1-1-2-3 inning. Or half inning, I should say.
Lane having trouble getting on the same page as Gary Sanchez. Just to slow things down a little bit more.
And that's baseball. I mean, you run into games like this. Pitch is fouled off. The Rays have scored in every inning. And the Yankees have scored in 3 of their 5 innings. On our GMC scoreboard, it's 6-4. The Rays are leading. Robertson hits one through the middle and into center field for a base hit. Looked like a hanging curveball. He's on for the 3rd time.
Robertson getting an opportunity to play second base with the injury to Miller, and they love his glove here in Tampa, waiting for the bat to catch up and having a nice day. Double base hit and a walk.
Here is Sucre. catcher is double, drove in a run, struck out. One of the key plays in the 4th inning. He struck out, but the ball got away. He reached on a wild pitch and eventually scored on a home run by Dickerson, who was up next. Pitch is low for a ball.
This is one of those games, if you're in the Yankee bullpen, you're on the edge of your seat because you know it's going to be a lot of activity down there. Starting pitcher didn't go long.
His ball is popped in the air to short right field. Coming on is Hicks, and the Yankee right fielder has it for the first out. And you're right about the bullpen. Yankee bullpen's getting up. Giovanni Gallegos was recently recalled from the minor leagues. Well, Dickerson's been red hot as he steps to the plate. He's 2 for 2 today, 2 home runs with an intentional walk. His 6th career multi-home run game. His last time was Tuesday at Cleveland. So this is his 2nd 2 home run game in a week.
That gets you an award, right? An American League Player of the Week or something like that.
Yeah, you keep it up for a month, see what it gets you. Look, it got him hit right in the middle of the back here, and he'll head to first base.
You don't think there's any intent right there by Tommy Lane, but that will get the attention of the Rays dugout.
Yeah, this has been their man all season long.
Joe Girardi does not look too thrilled.
Just above the 0 in the 10 there. Tried to dot the I in Dickerson.
It's a little too high for my liking right there, right behind the shoulder blade.
Yep, that's a little dangerous. So 2 on and 1 out. Here's Kiermaier. Starts him with a hook and he drops it in there for a strike. Kiermaier has a hit on it today. He's 1 for 3. Struck out, popped up, single. On deck is Longoria. Ball got away from the Yankee bullpen. Time is called out. Now look at second. You know, it slows things down. It gives Gallegos a chance to warm up a little more. Inside for a ball. You got Longoria on deck. And he certainly would like him to face a right-hander rather than a lefty. Kiermaier's got something going on with one of his eyes, or something has gotten in his eye. And he wants to see the trainer. And while we do that, it's time now for the Mini Countryman Player Profile. 5th Major League season, all with the Rays. A 31st round draft pick back in 2010. 2 Gold Gloves and also a Platinum Glove winner. And when you win a Platinum Glove, that means you're the best fielder at any position in the league. And the Rays rewarded him. You don't see many 31st round draft picks getting a $50 million extension.
Or even making it to the big leagues.
Yeah, that's true too. You're definitely behind the 8 ball when you start. But Kiermaier's up here with 1 out, 2 men on, and a 1-1 count. Lane misses, and it goes to 2 balls and a strike. Yankees trying to hold it right here so they can get their offense in gear. Curve is hit on the ground through the hole into left field for a base hit. The Rays are going to score another run, and it's now 7-4 as Robertson crosses home plate. That's going to do it for Tommy Lane as Joe Girardi is going to come take the ball. We'll be back with more from Tropicana Field. Yankees take on the Royals. The first 18,000 guests 21 and older receive a Yankees Dunkin' Donut card preloaded with $2. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the Yankee Stadium ticket windows, Yankee Stadium, Yankee Clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. That's the gift card. And Evan Longoria will face Giovanni Gallegos. This will be his fourth game. Had a rough outing in Kansas City the other night. The game that the Yankees won. Gallegos 2/3 of an inning, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits. He did have a strikeout, but now he has to face the red hot Evan Longoria, who is 6 for his last 7. 2 for 3 today with a home run. And a slider breaks down and away for ball 1. The Rays have scored in every inning. Ball is hit high in the air. And that hit the catwalk or go over it?
I think it went over it. Ball found the seats.
All right.
But I don't think Gallegos wants to throw that pitch again. That was a hanging slider, and as good as Evan Longoria is going, Gallegos lucky that that one found the seats. This is your classic hanging slider. Doesn't do a whole lot.
No, maybe it didn't slide enough. All he could do was pull it foul. Fastball misses. 2 balls and a strike. So 3 balls and a strike on the dangerous Longoria. saw Gallegos during spring training. Threw the ball pretty well. Threw it well at Scranton Wilkes-Barre. Now up here in the big leagues. And he'll walk Longoria. This is going to load the bases with 1 out. Kiermaier will move to second. Dickerson will move to third. And he'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Logan Morrison, with the bases loaded and 1 out. Morrison today has walked twice and popped out to short. Morrison certainly has turned it around this year. He started today with 11 home runs and 29 runs batted in. 1 year ago today, he had 1 home run and 3 runs batted in. Gallegos hits the outside corner with a called strike 1.
Obviously a bunch of big at-bats in this game, but this is a huge one right here for Gallegos. Morrison, a good RBI guy. Kenny, you just mentioned the numbers, how well he's been swinging. Bases filled with Rays. Big spot for the young right-hander.
Ball is fouled off to our left. And Gallegos gets ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Matt Andriese, the Rays starter, who's enjoyed some offensive output from his teammates today. Just off the corner, this 1-2.
Really good pitch, just off the plate, doesn't get the call, but perfectly executed on an 0-2 count. You watch Gary Sanchez try to bring it back. Good strong hands right there, doesn't get the call.
Gallego steps off, and there's going to be a discussion on the mound between he and Gary Sanchez. One thing I noticed about Morrison is he sets up the hit. He's got a little Jim Thome and Ryan Howard in him. He kind of holds the bat out in front. Two of the big left-handed sluggers of days gone by. Jim Thome over 600 home runs. And Ryan Howard close to 4. I think he had 382. A 1-2 pitch. Fouled off. A ball and 2 strikes. Tommy Lane gave up a hit a batter, and another hit. And Gallego's trying to get him out of trouble here. The Rays have scored a run already here in the 5th, threatening for more. Trying to pick off the inside corner, missed, and the count levels at 2-2. And missed by much. The man they call Lomo here in Tampa Bay. Logan Morrison. Fouls another one off. Off the end of the bat, now to play.
Good battle right here, Morrison and Gallegos. Who's going to win it? Close pitches that Morrison has laid off. Some tough pitches he's fouled off.
Steven Souza is on deck, a right-handed hitter. Off-speed pitch, and he fouls that one back.
Gary Sanchez not happy. He wants that slider down in the dirt. Gallegos is not getting it there for him. Setting up away. It spins up, out, over, and Sanchez reacts after that. That ball down.
I think he knew what could have happened in that if it was in the middle of the plate. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Did not get the call, and the count goes full at 3-2. And look at Tony Pena. This is his reaction. Wow.
There have been some good pitches that Scott Barry hasn't called. This one looks like a strike. Kid makes a big pitch in a big spot. Doesn't get the call. Look from the side. Again, it's borderline.
Three balls and 2 strikes on Morrison. Fouls it back to the screen. The at-bat continues.
Well, you'll find out a lot about this kid here with this at-bat. Doesn't get the call on what looked like could have been strike 3. Comes right back with a power fastball. Challenges Morrison.
So far, this has been a 9-pitch at-bat. He had time to go out of the room and come back. Morrison still hitting.
Let's see what Gallegos is made of here, though. Does he challenge him with a fastball? Does he go finesse, go off speed? Huge pitch in this game.
Hit on the ground and off the glove of Castro. Dickerson, Kiermaier going to score. Longoria go to third, and it's now a 9-4 game. So Morrison wins that at bat.
You know, you give the kid some credit, though. He kept coming at Morrison with fastballs, and he threw a breaking ball 3-2 for a strike, and he got the ground ball. Ball wasn't hit all that hard, just hit in the right spot. Off of the mound, Castro can't knock it down. Because of that, the second run will score. With Castro, at least you have to knock that ball down, try to keep it in front.
So the Rays with their second three-run inning in a row, and now lead 9-4.
Larry Rothschild just got thrown out of the game. Had a few words for the home plate umpire, Scott Barry.
You know what? I had a feeling somebody was going to go. And here comes Joe Girardi. And you know what? Joe might be going too. You can't argue balls and strikes. Now Joe's talking about his pitching coach getting thrown out. He's getting a little heated. Finger pointing started. Did he just throw him out?
I think that's his throw out wave right there. It's not much. And Girardi's going to get his money's worth. Here we go. Just don't bump him.
Yeah, bumping means suspension. Well, Rothschild's gone. Pitching coach. Now the manager follows. A lot of close pitches that weren't called in that inning. Scott Barry's going to have to clean up home plate. That's right out of the playbook. Here comes Rothschild. Yep, he's gone. And here goes Joe Girardi. Ejection number 2. Meanwhile, home plate gets covered up. Right out of the Billy Martin playbook. The last word was strikes.
Strikes, yep.
9-4 the Rays lead. Souza Jr.'s at the plate. 1 out, first to third. First pitch is outside for ball 1. He did not clean home plate. Well, you know. Joe Girardi would say it was just as if he didn't see it anyway. Souza Jr., is he up there with half a plate to guard? Swing and a miss. It's a ball and a strike. He's not giving Joe Girardi the satisfaction of cleaning off home plate.
Is there a corner on that plate?
You're not going to get a close one now. That pitch misses. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, the one thing we can say about Scott Barry, he doesn't really get into his ejecting managers, right? Just a little wave of the arm. You're out of here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more demonstrative throwouts.
Close calls now. That one probably down and away. Tony Pena.
3 balls and a strike.
So let Scott Barry know about it.
I mean, you have to clean the plate off, don't you, Flash?
I mean, whether you don't like the fact that Joe Girardi threw dirt on the plate, you still have to clean it off and get back to work. Called being a professional?
Yeah, it's not big league if you ask me. Swing and a miss, and the count is now full at 3-2 with 1 out. Morrison's at first. Longoria's at third. Astros scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 3 in the fourth, and 3 more here in the fifth. Souza fouls it back.
No action in the Yankee bullpen, so Gallegos got to find a way to get the job done here.
I think we're getting closer to electronic balls and strike calling. The 3-2 pitch, and it's high, ball 4. The bases are reloaded. Second walk handed out by Gallegos. And they'll bring up Colby Rasmus. That's Robbie Thompson, the bench coach. See how the Yankees play it defensively. Looks like the middle infield is going to play double play depth. Matt Holliday at first base, about even with the bag. A ball is hit to him. He's going to try and come home, and if Sanchez could find home plate, then he'll tag home plate for the force. That pitch is high for ball 1. Still no action in the Yankee bullpen.
So Gary Sanchez,
and he's going to get a hand from the fans. That's much better. There it is. Ball 2, high to Rasmus. A single and a run scored, a ground out, and a line out for Rasmus today. I guess he got word from the dugout they couldn't see the plate either, so they clean it off. Half swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. Looked like Rasmus chased the pitch out of the strike zone.
It helped Gallegos out a little bit, but you know, for a young right-handed pitcher, things are going awfully fast out there on the mound. A lot of thoughts going through his head. Nobody warming up in the bullpen, trying to make a big pitch here, try to get a double play ground ball.
Two and two as Rasmus fouls this one off. Rough afternoon for the pitchers, especially on the Yankee side. If there was time of possession in this game, the Rays have it. They've been at the plate an awful long time in this ball game. The 2-2 pitch, swung on in, missed, strike three, and there is out number two. The fewest amount of men the Rays have sent to the plate in an inning today is 4. That was in the first inning.
Well, the kid's hanging in there. He's battling. Rasmus helps him out a little bit. Trying to find a way to get out of this 5th inning. And you look at it, all the Yankee defenders, the body language isn't great. They've been standing around for a long time this afternoon.
Second inning in a row that the Rays have batted around. Tim Beckham will take a call strike. Beckham has struck out, flied out, reached on a fielder's choice. He is 0 for 3. One ball and 1 strike on Beckham. Yankees are looking for that hard to get 3rd out here in the 5th inning. Beckham will foul it off to the right, and the count is 1-2. Right now, the Rays have batted for 30 minutes here in the bottom of the 5th. It's played out like a sitcom. But for the Yankees, been nothing funny about it. No 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to 3rd. Headley bobbles, recovers, throws a second just in time to get the force, and that will do it. But the Rays scored 3 more runs. But Yankee tradition. There's Billy Martin kicking dirt not only on the plate but the umpire. Lou Piniella learned from Billy, and here is Joe Girardi mimicking the two. Canada Field to close out this set with the Rays. Start your game day at noon with the Audi batting practice today and the Chevy Yankees pregame, followed by all the action in the series finale right here on Yes and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Aaron Judge will lead it off for the Yankees, and the first pitch hits him.
Yep.
And Matt Andriese has been thrown out of the game.
Where's the warning?
There was no warning.
No
He's
warning,
gone.
just threw him out.
Yep. So
you could see that coming a mile away. Obviously, with Tommy Lane hitting Corey Dickerson, he waited for somebody on the Yankees who's going to get it, and it was Aaron Judge. Andriese does it the right way, right in the middle of the ribs. Had to protect his teammate. He gets chucked from this game.
Well, the Judge's credit, he just goes down to first base. So Andriese has been thrown out of the game. And we're going to take a break as the Rays will have to go to the bullpen and bring somebody in here. So Andriese will get a lot of props from his teammates. He leads with a 9-4 lead and leaves a runner at first base. See how Gary Sanchez rehab assignment brought some big league excitement to Scranton. Don't miss the next nude episode. That's Monday at 11 after Yankees coverage, only on Yes. Well, a new pitcher is going to be former Yankee Chase Whitley as Kevin Cash will pencil him into the lineup. Andriese, after hitting Aaron Judge with a pitch, tossed out of the ball game. Whitley's numbers, this will be his 13th appearance. The former Yankee, 1-0 with an earned run average of 1.53. With the Yankees, he worked both as a starter and as a reliever. You know, when they hit Judge with that pitch, they had to throw the ball out of the game.
Well, now it should be over, right, Kenny? I mean, this is old school baseball. You hit one of our guys, we're going to hit one of yours. Aaron Judge puts his head down, goes to first base. Now let's move on and play ball.
Tony Pena talking it over with Brian O'Nora. Whitley, of course, when he was with the Rays, he had to go on the disabled list. He had Tommy John surgery, but now back. He came back last year and appeared in 5 games with the Rays. One of them was a start. And he'll get as much time as he needs to warm up here. He was not throwing in the bullpen when Andriese got tossed out of the game. A little different look for Whitley here with the Rays. He's team rules allows him to grow a beard. As you can see, it's sported by several of the Rays. And while Whitley warms up, we'll take a look at the Yankees' upcoming schedule. They'll close out this series tomorrow. We'll be back here on Yes. And it's a 1 o'clock game. Then the Yankees head home. They've got 3 night games and then an afternoon contest with the Kansas City Royals It'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Then over the weekend, the Oakland A's head to Yankee Stadium for a night game on Friday and 2 afternoon games Saturday and Sunday at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. The Yankees just got through playing the Royals in Kansas City, and they took 2 out of 3 at Kauffman Stadium. Here's Jacoby Ellsbury with a runner on. Yankees are trailing by 5. It is 9-4. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Ellsbury looking for his first hit of the afternoon. Whitley delivers, and it's upstairs for ball 1.
Whitley doing a nice job in his 12 games, a 1.53 ERA.
Pitch is high, ball 2. Now, here's a question for you, Flash. If Andriese knew he was going to hit Aaron Judge, there was a possibility of him get thrown out of the game, and it did happen. Should he tell the manager so he have Whitley warming up and ready to go?
Well, then wouldn't it look even more obvious?
Oh, yeah, but still. Didn't you have the feeling it was going to happen?
Oh, yeah.
I did, yeah.
I think everybody knew some Yankee was going to get one in the back. And the logical choice was Aaron Judge. He owns Andriese, hit a home run already.
He's got 2 off him already. About 800 feet of home runs against him. Maybe more. 3-0 pitch, and taking all the way as Ellsbury. It's in there for a strike. Two high-scoring teams, but so far today the Rays have outscored the Yankees by 5. Swing and a miss, and the count is full of 3-2. A 3-2 pitch. Ellsbury hits it hard over first. It's a fair ball. Headed to the corner. Souza Jr. scoops it up. Ellsbury into second with a double. Judge moves over to third, and the Yankees are in business here in the 6th inning. A booming double off the bat of Jacoby Ellsbury.
You see Longoria having a conversation with Aaron Judge, I'm sure, about being hit by the pitch. A little smile on Judge's face.
You know what? But you know, if you're Matt Andriese, you might have used up your one forever against Aaron Judge. Yeah. You might let a pitcher hit you once, but hitters have long memories. Here's Chase Headley, had a double and drove in a couple of runs in the 4th inning. Now he's got a chance to drive in a couple of more here in the 6th. Ball is hit down the left field line. Long run for Rasmus. Will he get there? It's a foul ball, just foul. Well, he's trying to help third base umpire Clint Walcott out, but Walcott saw it all the way.
Headley with that big double in the top of the 4th inning to drive in a few. This is the difference when you're going good or when you're struggling like Headley has a little bit lately. This ball just foul. But another extra base hit, a couple more RBIs. The Yankees trying to chip away.
See Rasmus over towards the line, and wow, about a foot. Maybe less, foul. 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Off-speed pitch, swung on and missed.
Yeah, that good changeup that Chase Whitley has always had. Good action down and away. Headley way out in front.
A chopper foul, and the count will remain 0-2. With that double in the 4th inning, Headley picked up his 18th and 19th run batted into the season. On the infield, the Rays play him the pull. They've got the shift on. Hit hard right back through the middle. Beckham has it. Judge will score, and it's now a 9-5 ball game. Give Headley another run batted in. His third of the afternoon. And on the play, Ellsbury moves over to third. He's over there with 1 out.
Yeah, good productive at bat by Headley, just fighting and putting that ball in play. Judd scores easily. Ellsbury to third. Like I said, just try to chip away at this lead. Give yourself a chance late in this game.
That run is charged to Matt Andriese. He's the one who put Judge on. Chance for another run here. Rays at the infield back. As his flash said, trying to chip away here in the 6th inning. Foul tipped into the glove of Sucre, and it's strike 1 to Didi Gregorius, who's flied out twice, once to right and once to left. The one to left field was more of the line out variety. Pitch is popped up short right field. Souza Jr., the outfielder, calls it, makes the throw to home plate all the way on the fly. Ellsbury could not score. So now there are 2 outs. A missed opportunity for the Yankees. He's going to leave it up. They're Aaron Hicks here. Whitley featured the changeup, and Didi was out in front. Hicks looking for a hit. He's looking for contact. He's 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. Good on base percentage, 440 for Hicks. First pitch in there for a call strike. By the way, Judge has scored 3 runs this afternoon. Changeup misses well outside, and it's a ball and a strike on Hicks. If the Rays have had a soft spot in their pitching staff, it's been the middle relief. All those as they try and get to Alex Colomé, who's one of the better closers in the league. That pitch misses, and it's 2-1. We saw some of that in last night's ball game where the youngsters Alvarado and Stanek had a little trouble getting the Yankees out. Stanek actually gave up the game-tying home run. Hicks off the end of the bat. That'll be a tough play for Longoria. Charges, throws, and they got him. Longoria can do it with the bat, and he can do it with the glove. Hicks runs well. They got him by a step. Evan Longoria, he's won gold in the past, gets him by 1 step. Your local Nissan dealer. A lot of offense in today's ball game, particularly for the Rays. They've scored in every inning thus far. 9-5. They lead the Yankees. Tanaka, another rough outing, second in a row. 3 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Matt Andriese ejected for hitting Aaron Judge. He still has a chance to beat a winning pitcher. Here's Daniel Robertson, who started last inning off with his single. He eventually scored 1 of the 3 runs. He's 2 for 2 with a walk today. That pitch misses high. 2 balls and no strikes. By the way, Joe Girardi, his ejection was the 34th for him as a Yankee manager. Larry Rothschild, his 4th ejection as a Yankee pitching coach. So Rob Thompson, who managed last night while Joe Girardi was away, attending the graduation of his high school graduation of his daughter Serena, gets a chance to manage a little bit more here today, this afternoon, as Joe Girardi's been tossed from the game. Jason Shreve is warming up in the Yankee bullpen. Foul tipped into the glove of Sanchez for strike number 2. And it's 2-2 on Robertson. He'll be followed by Sucre, and then the top of the order, Dickerson.
Gallegos looking for a positive inning right here. Kenny, you mentioned he struggled a little bit in Kansas City, labored a little bit in that 5th inning. To get a little stability back in this game.
Robertson leading off for the 3rd consecutive inning. In the previous 2, it came all the way back to him. And he fouls this one off. The Rays batted around twice. That got Gary Sanchez, and he's staggered. Sounded like a direct hit off the mask. He got one of those in Kansas City as well.
Take another look at it, but it looked like it came underneath the mask a little bit.
It's Tim Lentich, the assistant trainer.
Ooh, direct hit.
Yeah, they're going to certainly make sure he's okay, and just flexing the jaw. Tim Lentich out there, the assistant trainer, is Stevie Donahue.
And right where he is pressing, that's where it gets you, Kenny. The jaw takes a shot back. You start feeling it right around your ears. You know, and I had an interesting conversation not too long ago with Tony Pena, who wore those steel heavy masks during his career.
Yeah.
Said he never had a concussion from a foul ball. But now with some of these hockey-style masks, you're starting to see the concussions more and more.
Well, the heavy iron bar mask, is that what you're talking? Those were heavy masks.
Real heavy. Ooh, gets him right on the jaw.
Sanchez still down, and we'll see what they have in mind here. They're going to be very careful. He's nodding his head yes. Takes a deep breath, puts the mask back on, and he's going to hang in there. And even the umpires' masks, I mean, they're much in the same way. They're much lighter than they used to be.
Tony was talking about how much more padding the masks had back then. You know, the hockey style mask, a little thinner foam padding. Man caught a lot of innings, Tony Pena.
3-2 pitch. Fouled off again by Robertson. But Shreve warming up, you got to figure that Gallegos might pitch to Robertson and Sucre, and then when the lineup turns over for the 2 left-handed hitters, Shreve might be coming into the game. Now you wore the same style that Sanchez has.
So early in my career, I wore the traditional mask, and then I changed to the hockey style when I had some neck problems here in Tampa Bay.
High fly ball to center field. Ellsbury, can he find it? Yep, he does, and that's out number 1. Held his hands up there for a second. It looked like he might have lost it.
So I changed to that hockey style mask. The trainers explained to me that it was more balanced to the middle and back of your head, so it didn't have as much pull forward. So I got used to that, got comfortable with it more at the rest of my career.
When you say, were you comfortable with the previous mask?
Very comfortable. But the pull was all in front of your face, so your neck would be strained forward.
Okay.
And the hockey style mask kind of sat back a little bit further.
Jesus Sucre takes a pitch for a strike. He is doubled. Had a run batted in second. Struck out and reached on a wild pitch, scored, and has also flied out to right. Bouncing ball to third. Headley bobbles. Plenty of time to throw out Sucre, and they're 2 down. Still feeling the after effects of that foul ball off the bat of Robertson. Well, here comes Robbie Thompson. I believe that's going to be it for Gallegos with the left-handed hitters coming up. Chasen Shreve will be coming into the ball game. So we'll have a new pitcher. Rays leading 9-5. Of Commerce.
Well, Corey Dickerson having quite an afternoon. It's going to make him the Pitney Bowes game changer. Leads off the game for the Rays with a home run. Then a towering 3-run shot. His 11th of the year. Corey Dickerson having a great year and a great afternoon.
2 home runs, 3 runs scored today, and 4 runs batted in. And against the Yankees in 8 games, 345, 3 home runs, and 7 runs batted in. We talked about the Rays striking out a lot. They walk a lot. They have struck out or walked at least once in every inning in this series so far. Swinging a miss, strike 1. But that does not apply to this 6th inning, as Gallegos got the first 2 outs. There are the numbers on Shreve. 9 strikeouts in 10 innings. Low and away. It's a ball and a strike on Dickerson, who has not been retired by the Yankees today. Ball 2. ground ball foul off the bat of Dickerson. It's 2-2. Like we said, a walk or a strikeout in every inning of this series. It's up to Dickerson to break that streak here. He can't. He is struck out. And the streak continues. That's going to do it for the Rays here in the 6th. It's on to the 7th inning. The Rays have a 9-5 lead.
We are back for the top of the 7th inning. The Yankees trailing 9-5 on our Cadillac scoreboard. 12 hits for the Rays, 7 for the Yankees. Chase Whitley back out there for his 2nd inning of relief work, and he'll face the top of the lineup for the Yankees. Gardner, Sanchez, and Holliday. Brett Gardner 0 for 3 today. A fly ball, a couple of ground outs. Reached base safely in 21 straight games, trying to extend that. As Whitley quickly gets ahead with strike 1. It's not unusual for Whitley to throw multiple innings out of the bullpen for the Rays. Gardner skies one. 2nd baseman Robertson settling underneath it to make the easy play. 1 up, 1 down.
Whitley has featured a very good changeup today. He's had several of these Yankee hitters out in front. All you young pitchers out there, you know, everybody learns the fastball first. Then everybody wants to throw a breaking ball. Learn a changeup.
Talked about it for years. It's been such a big pitch in this organization. Obviously, Whitley coming over from the Yankees. His changeup fits right in as Gary Sanchez squares around the bunt, takes. Gary having a good afternoon, a base hit, and his 4th home run of the year in the 5th inning.
He's jumped his average up over 300. Remember when he came back from the disabled list, he was about at 125.
Off-speed pitch, and Sanchez way out in front. Pretty decent crowd here at Tropicana Field this afternoon. 22,864.
A few more than we had last night. Some people told their friends.
Well, attendance is always going to be an issue here. The Tampa St. Pete area, Tropicana Field. The ratings are good on TV.
Radio as well.
Another big swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch from Whitley. In the 5 years that I spent here, Kenny, I did not mind the Yankees or the Red Sox coming into town because it meant you were going to get a better crowd. They might have been cheering for the other team, but at least you had some people in the building. A couple of Yankee fans looking on. 3-2 pitch. Fouled straight back.
Well, there's always the issue of a new stadium. That's a big issue in this area. And where are they going to put it? You know, and to think these people, the Rays fans, see they're locked in as far as wardrobe is concerned. Now today is Hawaiian shirt day. That was a giveaway day today.
Popped up. Morrison and Sucre, they're going to run out of room as it finds the seats.
Yeah, the new stadium, and they've talked about it for years here, and they can't seem to get anything going in a positive direction.
Rays playing Sanchez to pull in the infield. It's a ground ball right back up the middle. Robertson going to his left, an easy play, and 2 quick outs here in the top of the 7th. Sanchez 2 for 4 in the afternoon. 2 down will bring up Matt Holliday, playing first base today. A couple of strikeouts and was hit by a pitch his last at bat.
The Rays are playing Matt Holliday hit the ball the other way in the outfield. I guess they were watching when he hit that home run to right field last night. He's got good power to the opposite field. Here's another one of those guys. No part of the ballpark's going to hold him anyway if he gets a hold of it.
Got that right. The 1-1 from Whitley. Fastball just misses. Three-one count on Matt Holliday. Whitley with a 4-run lead, probably come right at him here. Oh no, he goes off speed, a little slider down and away, and Holliday fooled.
Must have heard what I said about if he gets a hold of one, he's no ballpark could hold it. Went to the slider.
Haven't been too many 1-2-3 innings this afternoon. Whitley trying to finish up the 7th. He goes off speed. Home plate umpire Scott Barry rings up Matt Holliday. Matt not happy with the call this at bat. He wasn't happy with the strike call earlier, and he's going to turn around and have a few more words as that slider looked like it was off the plate. Holliday can't believe it. A 1-2-3 inning for Whitley. We'll be back for the bottom half. Matt Holliday still looking at home plate umpire Scott Barry, not happy with that last call. Yeah, you think back to the first at bat, he wasn't happy with the strike 3 call.
Yep.
Jason Shreve back out there on our Cadillac scoreboard. Tampa Bay 9, the Yankees 5. I remember thinking in spring training when you watch Matt Holliday approach an at-bat, it reminded you of Paul O'Neill and how important every at-bat is. And you kind of see a little tempered reaction the way Paul would react after a bad call. How important every at-bat was to him.
Are you trying to say Paul was a little more volatile?
Yeah.
Well, we've seen that. But I will say this, that the other day we were talking about the late Steve Palermo in Kansas City and what a great ball strike umpire was. There are better ball strike umpires. There's some are good and some are not as good. But as a hitter, I think you got to realize who's who when you get up to the plate. I mean, Holliday is a veteran hitter. He's got his strike zone. He's had it for years.
I think all you're looking for is consistency, right? From the first pitch to the last pitch. Just let me know where that zone is going to be and be consistent with it. And if we're not asking too much, you can clean the plate off every now and again. Kiermaier, a good afternoon, couple of hits and an RBI. The fastball misses in off the plate. Yankees playing Kiermaier to pull in the infield. A little bit the opposite way in the outfield. Be a 3-2 from Shreve. Fastball away, fouled off.
A couple of hits this afternoon. Run scored, run batted in.
Slice the other way.
We all know that Evan Longoria is the face of the Rays franchise, but there's a number 2 on the team. Might be Kiermaier. Very popular in these parts.
And we have a number 3 coming in Corey Dickerson, the way he's playing.
Yeah, well, he's sort of like the newcomer to the party. Yeah.
We'll do it again. Another 3-2 pitch and a fastball powered right by Kiermaier.
So Shreve comes in out of the bullpen, faces Dickerson, strikes him out to pick up the final out last inning, and faces another left-hander Kiermaier here and strikes him out. This might be the tough part right here.
Longoria, a big night last night, having a good afternoon today, 2 for 3 with that home run. Jason Shreve was kind of moving that left arm. He didn't look comfortable, so Stevie Donahue and Rob Thompson going to come out and check on him.
We saw that after the strikeout to Kiermaier, and then after this first pitch to Longoria, the same sort of thing. He flexed the elbow again.
Here's the first pitch to Longoria. There he goes with that left arm. He's going to throw a couple here to see if he's all right.
He nods his head and yeah, it can go. You know what? It was a few years ago on this very mound, and we saw Ivan Nova throw a pitch and start shaking his elbow around, and came out again. You were with me that night.
Yes, I was. Yep.
And he was examined by the Rays team doctor, who you knew, and what did he tell you?
Dr. Coco Eaton.
Uh-huh.
And he examined him and said, not 100%, but it doesn't look good.
Uh-huh. And eventually he had Tommy John surgery. Yeah.
Shreve says that he's okay, gets back to work. Stevie Donahue making a call up to the clubhouse, I'm sure giving a full report to the manager who's up there.
Well, you saw the numbers for Shreve. He's been doing a pretty good job this year for the Yankees. There's tomorrow's starter, CC Sabathia.
Comes a 1-2 from Shreve. This is off the plate. Be a good matchup, CC Sabathia against Chris Archer. Archer 3-2 at that 3.70. Coverage begins at noon on Yes. And the whole deal, the BP show, the pregame. Join Kenny and I for the broadcast as Shreve picks up another strikeout.
It's 3 in a row since coming out of the bullpen. Is it split change? Yeah, that's what it is. Longoria chases it, and he's out of it. He's out of there.
With 2 down will bring up Logan Morrison. Yankee defense shifts, playing him to pull. Headley will be on the right side of the infield. Morrison 1 for 2, couple of walks, couple of RBIs. Was driven in 31 for the Rays.
Still throwing a steady 92 miles an hour.
Shreve doing a good job. We have some action in the Yankee bullpen. The one skied to center field. Ellsbury camped underneath it right at the front of the warning track. So a nice easy 1-2-3 inning for Chasey Shreve at the bottom of the 7th. Yankees trail 9-5.
Treatment on the Yankee bench from head athletic trainer Stevie Donahue. And just as you said, Flash, that's the area when you get hit on the jaw. It's much in the same way, I think, with a fighter and he gets clipped. Chase Whitley still in there for the Rays as we head to the 8th inning. Starlin Castro will lead it off, 1 for 3 with a run scored for the Yankees.
Self-evaluation right there. I feel pain here and there. I had a stiff neck in last night's game.
Whitley misses inside for ball 1. Castro, Judge, and Ellsbury for the Yankees here in the 8th. They trail by 4, 9-5 ball game. Good swing, found the back to the screen. Count evens up at a ball and a strike. The Rays 9 runs, 12 hits, no errors. They've left 10 men on base. For the Yankees, 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors. They've left 4. On the Hyundai scoreboard. Hit in the air down the right field line. Going to be a long, long run for Souza Jr. He's got some speed. Nice play by the Rays right fielder. For a big man, he can really run.
Got a good jump, knows exactly where he is in relationship to the wall. Nice play.
I've seen him go down the line for a right-handed hitter. He gets down the line when he's thinking infield single pretty well. Aaron Judge has scored 3 runs today. He's driven in a run. He's hit his 15th home run of the year. Had a double. He's been hit by a pitch. And he swings at a slider and doesn't get it for strike 1. Judge has now scored 35 runs this season. And he's driven in 30. Wouldn't chase that one, and the count levels at a ball and a strike. No, that's outdoors, folks. That's not in here. Actually, we can hear that on the roof. A storm has come through. Swing and a miss on a changeup, and it's 1-2. And some of the fans who are leaving early are going to get a little wet on their way to their vehicles. About this time of day, rain showers come through this area. Just
cool it off a little bit, right?
They do need the rain here in Florida. It's been very dry. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, says Scott Barry, and there are 2 down here in the 8th. Fans are reminded this copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. I certainly hope that quits by the time we're ready to head out of here. Here's Ellsbury, who had a double. His last time up, his 6th of the year. He's also struck out and grounded out. He's 1 for 3. And he'll take a pitch for a call strike from Chase Whitley. The Yankee bullpen is busy as they look down the left field line. Oh, 2 on Ellsbury. The Rays scored early and often in this game. Kind of jammed him, but he fought it off, and the count remains 0-2. Wouldn't chase. It is a ball and 2 strikes. Now this is a game that the Yankees don't come back and have a rally. We've seen them do it during the course of the year, come back from quite a deficit. This is when you want to turn the page on really quickly, get it out of the way, just to erase it from the memory banks. Next pitch, time 2-2. Maybe a quick turnaround. Day game tomorrow. Sabathia against Archer. Good pitching matchup. You won't want to miss it. It'll be right here on Yes. Call, strike 3. Ellsbury caught looking. And the Yankees go 1-2-3 here in the 8th inning as the raindrops fall. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th. TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app and take the Yankees on Yes. You can take them wherever you go. Maybe some of those fans are watching the game right now. As Jonathan Holder will come in to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. We saw him in last night's ball game here against the Rays. He pitched an inning, but had a couple of strikeouts, and the first pitch is in their first strike to Steven Souza Jr. Jason Streve did a good job in an inning in the 3rd. He faced 4 batters, struck out 3 of them. That pitch is high for a ball. On our Hyundai scoreboard, it is 9-5. Souza did not go around, and the count is 2 balls and a strike. The 2-2 pitch. It's hit high in the air to left center field. On the run is Ellsbury, and he makes the catch and jumps into the wall, and that's a long out off the bat of Steven Souza Jr. He picked on the wrong part of the ballpark.
Yeah, we've seen Steven Souza Jr. at his power in the past. You're exactly right, Ken. He just hits it in the wrong spot. Ellsbury right in front of that wall in the little triangle. Makes a nice play.
I wonder what outfielders did before the walls were padded. They got hurt a lot more, I know that. Here's Colby Rasmus, and he's swinging at the first pitch. A little roller foul.
At Wrigley Field, the ivy doesn't help you too much.
Yeah, you're right. I bet you it's the last ballpark where the walls aren't padded.
Green Monster?
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. For the most part. Off-speed pitch, little roller foul off the bat of Rasmus. Let's see what's Colby done today. He's had a single and scored. Since then, he's grounded out. He's lined out and struck out, so he's 1 for 4. Just recently returned from the disabled list. Came back on May the 2nd. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Holder with a good fastball. Blows him away. Fast pitch speed analytics is brought to you by Fios. 92 miles an hour for that fastball from Jonathan Holder. So 2 outs, nobody on. That'll bring up Tim Beckham. The Rays have 12 hits and he doesn't have any of them. He struck out, flied out, and reached on the fielder's choice twice. Holder misses with a breaking ball for ball 1. Well, this has not been a ball game you're going to write home about. And pitch is low and away for a ball. You know, back in the day when I was in the minor leagues and way before cell phones, my dad knew that when I called home, I was playing pretty well. This pitch is fouled off. If I got to the point flash, I'd call the answer phone and say, how many hits did you get? He had a tendency not to hear from me when I wasn't hitting. 2 balls and a strike. In fact, my first year was in the Florida State League. I saw a lot of rain. Pitch is a little high for a ball.
Where'd you play? What town?
The Winter Haven.
Yeah, I played there too.
Yeah, so it was a good little town. Lived on a lake. Year of the buses. Pitch is fouled off. Going down the line is Holiday. Does he have a play? No. So the at-bat will continue. In fact, my first pro game ever was in Tampa.
Remember what you did your first minor league at-bat?
I know I was 3 for 3 that night.
Wow.
And I must have walked one. So, after the game, I'm going to big leagues in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I had a different beginning. I had a shattered bat 6-4-3 double play my first at-bat in pro ball. So this isn't going to be long.
I had 2 singles and a triple that night. I remember that. Pitch is popped up to the right side. Castro. Wow, that was up there for a while. He makes the catch, and that's going to do it. Holder with a 1-2-3 inning. Last chance for the Yankees. They're down by 4 as we head to the 9th inning.
The Joe Girardi Show as the skipper recaps the Yankees week-long road trip. Let's get a taste of Americana as Joe gets a VIP tour of a classic KC barbecue joint. That's tomorrow at 5 after Yankees coverage only in Yes. That looks very tasty. He and Meredith were look at that setup. Doesn't that look good, Flash?
Delicious.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they were at Jack Stack in Kansas City, one of the variety of rib places that they have in that town. Jumbo Diaz will come in and do the pitching. He'll pitch the 9th inning as Chase Whitley did a pretty good job for the Rays. And here's Jumbo. This will be his 20th appearance of the year. A few too many walks. Chase Headley's going to lead it off. He's had a double in 3 trips. He also picked up a couple of runs batted in. First pitch from Jumbo is a pretty good sized fastball at 96 miles an hour. Former Cincinnati Red. There's a call strike, and it's 1-1. Yankees are down by 4. This is their last chance. If they don't pull this out, they'll be in the salvage mode tomorrow afternoon trying to pick up a win in the final game of this series. Change up outside. Misses low, and it's 3 balls and a strike. Headley has driven in 3 runs this afternoon, 2 with a double and 1 with a ground out.
Yankees looking for base runners, down by 4.
The 3-1 pitch. Headley swings, fouls it off. The count has run full at 3-2. Bottom third of the Yankee order here in the 9th. Headley, Gregorius, and Hicks. The Yankees in danger of dropping their 3rd consecutive game on this road trip. Three-two pitch, just spoiled it. Headley got a piece of it. Might have been a pitch downstairs. That's his reaction might tell you. He swung at a bad pitch. So we'll have that 3-2 pitch all over again from Jumbo Diaz. It's on the way, and it's fouled off once again. Headley hitting an even 250 on the year now. Swung on and missed. 1 down. Diaz went to the slider. Fans immediately after the final out, stay tuned for the WB Basin post game as Bob Lorenz is back in the studio for a complete recap of this contest with the Rays. Plus, get thoughts from Joe Girardi on the manager's report. That's all right here on Yes. You might hear a little bit about there's 2 big guys there hit the home runs. You might hear some thoughts about the umpiring. Might hear some thoughts about Tanaka's outing this afternoon, which is 2 in a row, certainly weren't sparkling as Gregorius swings and misses strike 1.
Well, that's got to be the biggest concern for the Yankees, how to get Tanaka back on track.
Oh, 0-2 now on Gregorius. Yeah, Tanaka's when you get to him,
If you're on a winning streak, he's supposed to keep it going. If you're on a losing streak, he's the one who's supposed to stop it. Gregorius in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. You can tell by the look on the Yankees' faces. They are not happy with this afternoon. That pitch is low for a ball, 1-2. And tomorrow can be maybe not be a bargain because they're going to face Chris Archer. Now back by Gregorius as he hangs tough. Ball and 2 strikes. Tried to check, went around too far. Gregorius has struck out. So Diaz has struck out the first 2 hitters here tonight. Yankees down to their last out. And it'll bring up Aaron Hicks. Hicks has struck out twice. And Aaron Longoria made a good play on him at third to throw him out. So he's working on an 0 for 3. So the Yankee road trip got off to a good start in Kansas City. They won the first 2 games, but now they dropped the final game in Kansas City and are in danger of dropping 2 in a row here against the Rays in St. Pete. Pitches outside for ball 1. Miss, 1-1 on Hicks. Diaz's best pitch this inning has been the breaking ball.
He's got enough velocity that you have to respect it, so you cheat a little bit early and swing right over that slider.
Comes back with a fastball, hits the outside corner. It's 98 miles an hour for strike 2. The inning continues. Brett Gardner would be next. Another fastball, 97. 2-2 now on Hicks. Count will go full as Hicks has to jackknife out of the way, and that was 98 miles an hour. That'll make him move. 3-2. Aaron Judge, pretty good offensive afternoon with a double, then a home run. Gary Sanchez with a home run today. His 4th. Also a base hit, 2 for 4. The 3-2 pitch, and it's popped up. Diaz pointing. Who's going to make the play? Nobody. So Hicks will get another chance. Somebody's got to make that play. Morrison's playing deep, but I think it's more of the catcher's ball.
Yeah, Sucre right away looks at Morrison like he's going to take it. Can't find it, can't get there. Hicks gets another opportunity.
Well, Hicks did have to go, I should say Sucre had to go around Hicks. So Diaz is going to have to throw at least one more pitch here. He does, and it's popped back over our heads. And the count holds at 3 balls and 2 strikes. That last pitch, that kind of summarizes this whole game. Just a little bit longer.
Yep.
Fouled back by Hicks, hanging in there. Nobody likes to make the last out. Somebody made a nice play. Again with the 3-2 pitch. Ball 4, he walked it. Looked like Diaz thought that was strike 3. So Hicks will keep the game going. That was close, but no cigar. Well, Gardner will get a chance to increase that streak. He's 0 for 4 right now and has reached safely in 21 consecutive starts. Hicks had a 9-pitch at bat. He didn't go quietly. The Rays are not holding him on with a 4-run lead. And with his speed, he'll probably head for second here. There he goes. First pitch is a strike. Defensive indifference as he moves down to second base. Well, that is not a stolen base. There's a ball, and it's 1-1 on Gardner. And Sucre is going to go out there and talk to Diaz. So far, there has been no contact in this inning. A couple of strikeouts and a walk. Gary Sanchez will get another chance if Gardner can pass the baton. Kevin Cash has seen his ball club play some pretty good baseball lately. Ball is hit on ground to second. Robertson to Morrison, and that will do it. The Yankees will leave a runner here in the 9th inning. And the Rays have won the first 2 games of this series as they put this one in the win column by a score of 9-5. Well, we're going to take it back to our studios and Bob Lorenz, who set us up for the rest of the evening here on Yes. Rays win this one by a score of 9-5. Bob?